Yeah, thank you again. And thank you to Indigo for that beautiful music that we played.
Hello, everyone. It is now my honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. He is the founder and leader of the Uhuru Movement, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Chairman Yeshitela is a worldwide revolutionary leader and theoretician who has been fighting for freedom, reparations, and liberation for African people everywhere for over 60 years. He was the primary target of the FBI attacks on the Uhuru Movement and has led the brilliant anti-colonial free speech movement. We are honored to work under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru. Uhuru, comrades. First, I really want to express my appreciation to Uhuru Solidarity Movement, to African People's Solidarity Committee, and to this front of the African People's Socialist Party. I think it's important to say that because from time to time, I think we lose sight of the recognition that the Solidarity Movement is a front of the African People's Socialist Party, the front of the struggle against colonialism. And I think it's important to say that we recognize, and this is what's really important, that we are trying to bring some science to the struggle, because otherwise you're just finding yourself fighting this, fighting that, without to what end associated with what you're involved in. Protests over here, protests over there, and injustice done there, fighting against the thing in Palestine, fighting against Vietnam before that, fighting against all of these things, and they keep happening. And I think it's important to try to add some science and say there's a foundation, there's a fundamental basis for what we see happening. There's a fundamental basis to what happens to African people in this country. And we have determined some time ago that what we are dealing with is a mode of production, which is not a foreign concept, by the way, a mode of production. This is something that Karl Marx played a really important role in introducing to political science, that all production, all life, there's a process within which all life, human life, is produced and reproduced. There's a process, and that's what we talk about when we talk about the mode of production. It has certain features to it. You look at the capitalist mode of production, they talk about how it's exploitation. It's the ruling class now has the ability to expropriate value from working people so that you don't have access to the full value of your labor. You only get a part of the value of your labor. You get enough from the value of your labor to be able to reproduce your capacity to come to work again. This is what Karl Marx introduced. Karl Marx, of course, he left out something there. And he left out that when you look at the capitalist system itself, its foundation was on colonialism. Can you imagine an existing capitalist system without the theft of this land that we're on now from the indigenous people? Can you imagine the success of the so-called capitalist system without the attack on Africa that has resulted in millions and millions, incalculable number of African people being stolen and the resources of Africa being stolen going into this process? In fact, Karl Marx himself made the statement that what he characterized as wage slavery in Europe, he said wage slavery in Europe required as a pedestal slavery pure and simple in the New World. He's talking about the working class itself sitting on the pedestal of the exploitation, expropriation of value from African people who were enslaved, pure and simple. Wage slavery is an interesting concept. Wage slavery in Europe required as a pedestal slavery pure and simple in the New World. And so this is what Marx says. He couldn't come to the same conclusions that he came to, but it's all right. Because Marx is dead, and when you die, your development stops. But if there's some science that's involved there in that process, and then I have access to the science, I can continue to use the science and see what conclusions I can come up with. And using the same science that Marx really promoted, I've come to different conclusions because I occupy a different place on earth, a different place in the social system that he's talking about than he did. And I apply my understanding and investigation of this history, this process, and come to conclusions different from Marx. Marx was himself a product of colonialism, the colonial mode of production. Even the book Capital, Das Kapital, was partially financed, Marx was, by resources that came from his partner, Frederick Engels, whose father was a member of the bourgeoisie, who got much of his resources from African enslaved picking cotton and what have you. And so Marx didn't have any money, but Engels sometimes would fund Marx. And even when he was writing Das Kapital, he was getting much of the money that came from enslaved African people that went to him to write the book. And so the book he wrote only referenced us in passing. And so the fundamental issue was that which he encountered. That's the way people do. It's not a criticism of Marx like that. It's that you see the world from your location in the world. And so Marx was on the same pedestal that he was talking about, required for wage slavery to be able to exist in Europe. So we came to certain kinds of conclusions on that. I heard Comrade John yesterday talking about the presumption of a difference that we have with Comrade Caleb from the CPI. I'm not sure how real that difference is. And the reason for that is because while we say colonialism, I think Caleb has said that imperialism is the issue, something to that effect. But what we say is that capitalism was born from imperialism. Imperialism comes from the word empire. And it was European empire, imperialists that went into Africa, enslaved Black people, and et cetera, that brought the wealth that was called by Marx primitive accumulation into Europe and into America. So we say that Lenin, V.R. Lenin, for whom we have a lot of appreciation, made the statement that imperialism is capitalism developed to its highest expression. He said, imperialism is capitalism that's so developed as rotten right, all right? We said Lenin got it wrong that capitalism was born as the highest development of imperialism, of empire. It was empire that gave birth to the white working class. It was empire that gave birth to Europe. There's no Europe before then. You do enough. I'm not going to try to go all of those places, but if you investigate, there was no such thing as Europe. There was no such thing as the white man. Europe and the white man came consolidated as such, as an idea, through the process of people in these territories who engaged in their own primitive kinds of wars against each other. They stopped being Celts simply, and they stopped being simply Normans and things like that. They identified themselves prior to the enslavement of Africans and colonialism. They identified themselves primarily in relationship to each other. Celts, Normans, somebody say something, what's another? Yeah, all of these different forces. And they only became what we call Europeans with the initiation of slavery, and that distinguished this whole group now because they got their income, their resources, their ability to produce and reproduce life now is relying on this stuff of resources from peoples all around the world. This is what gave them a common identity. Before that, there was no common identity. And I think it's really important to recognize that. That's what we're fighting with. That's the thing informs what it is that we do. I want to say quickly how much I appreciate your being here because we've been fighting against this colonial mode of production for a while now. This will take us to victory. And the fact is that we're on a great trajectory right now. This is one of the reasons the government attacked us. Comrade John just told us that Evo Morales, there was an assassination attempt that was just made against Evo Morales in Bolivia, who is an indigenous man who led a movement there that went to power and challenged the ability of the U.S. to extract all kinds of value there, independent of the interest and will of the people there. And what we're seeing is that we see this attack that's been made on Venezuela, the attack that was made on Cuba, the attack being made on Afghanistan. 25, 30 years, they're murdering people in Afghanistan. They're still doing it, by the way. The attack they made on Syria, the attack made on Iran. Anybody remember the most recent history with the Iranian relationship to the United States? How the United States government, Kermit Roosevelt, who was the grandson of Theodore Roosevelt, who worked with the CIA to overthrow the government in Iran. That's the immediate initiation of this contradiction that we're talking about with Iran. They're still making a war against the people of Iran. So you had all of these struggles, and they still live. And I look at the Palestinian question because it's really highlighting the colonial question for us today, for people who need that highlighting. But we live with it every day as Africans. We live with it here. And it's hard sometimes for people to recognize that because you're on the same land base with the colonizer. But the colonizer here are settlers. That's you. That's your settlers on the land of the indigenous people. But the problem is you owe your identity to colonialism. Your identity. There was no such thing as an American before they took the land of the indigenous people and enslaved us here. So you got a whole bunch of people who owe their very identity to colonialism. And so when you're fighting against colonialism, you're fighting against the identity of a group of people who accept that identification. That's why you can be in a meeting with people and they can tell you that something happened and they broke the law. What law? The law that was created by the colonizers on indigenous land to protect the relationship that the colonizer has to the indigenous people. That's settler colonialism that you're talking about. Europeans leave Europe, and sometimes they left as British. They left as other kinds of things, and they became Americans in this process of taking the land. They take the name off the land that the indigenous people had given it, and then they change the name, they make it America, call themselves Americans. They're no longer English now, they're no longer German, they're Americans now. And so the whole history of this relationship is masked, it's obscured. And you have to climb through all of this stuff to get to it. And there are all kinds of fascinating interests that are associated with keeping people ignorant of this relationship, all kinds of interests that's there. And the interests are transferred to the settlers themselves, to white people who otherwise might be catching hell. And I remember growing up, and one of the things we used to talk about, white people being able to say, at least I'm not a nigger. At least I'm not a nigger. And that's where the whole concept of white trash comes from. They're the white people who couldn't make it. And you're a white person and you can't make it. That's trash. And what are they comparing that to? The Africans? To the wetbacks? The Spicks? All of these other characterizations of people, that's where it's being compared to. At least you're not a nigger. I'm not one, et cetera. So that's the kind of thing that, that affects the consciousness. It's an ideological intervention into the lives of people who might otherwise be able to have good relationships, should have good relationships. Because all production is social production. And it is an exchange. It is an exchange that's being made by human beings, some of whom don't even know each other, of labor. Of labor. And then that's been confused. That's been confused by so many people. Every border you see on the continent of Africa was created by Europeans. And so the relationship that Black people have with each other is obscured. But the fact is that what the attack on Africa is responsible for my being right here in this country today. I was an African when they attacked us. When this assault that was made on Africa happened, I was an African. And now, what the hell am I? I mean, every few years, there's a new definition of who Black people are in this country. And hopefully it gets progressively better. Hopefully. So the point that I'm making is a deep, profound ideological connection to the ways in which human beings produce life. And the way in which human beings produce life, we're talking about now the economic basis for the society. The economic base of the society is parasitism. It is a society that has its foundation in slave labor, stolen land, and whatnot. That's the economic basis. But resting on that economic basis is a superstructure. Marx talks about this. The ideas that people have responsive to this economic basis of society. So if you got a society, when we say that superstructure, we're talking about the legal system. We're talking about much of the culture. All of this comes from this relationship of parasitism. Who ever heard? Can you even imagine a society that's based on slavery where freedom is legal? You're looking at the economic basis of the superstructure. You can't have freedom for enslaved people if your society is based on slavery. You can't have freedom for colonized people if the society is based on colonialism. You create laws. And in this instance, you're talking about international law. And when I say international law, I'm talking about law that's created right here. And part of what I want to say is that when you look at laws, we're talking about something that institutionalizes the power of a ruling class. And the power of the ruling class is something that functions through an instrument that's called the state. And the state is not like Missouri. The state is this organized bureaucracy that has as its command the prison system, the court system, the military, the CIA, the FBI, all of that's the state expressing itself there. And then you have elections. They say this is democratic as hell. This is what defines democracy in this country and most of what they call the West. But the West is not geographical designation. The West is a colonial entity because Australia is considered part of the West just like Germany is, right? Just like Israel is. It's part of the West. It's white. It's colonial. And so you have a situation where even the laws and what have you have the state. So you have the state in every instance since society has been split between those who have and those who don't have. And those who have it as a consequence of taking from those who don't have it. What's going to keep the people who don't have it, who see their lives, children's future, everything ripped off from them? What's going to stop that from happening? What's going to keep it from happening? You have to have an instrument of coercion. And these instruments of coercion are instruments of state power. And these are instruments of state power that also is used to contend with different sectors of the bourgeoisie internationally for control of the world. Russia, China, US, all of these countries in contention for the resources of the world among themselves. And then, of course, the state functions to maintain the status quo of the oppressed people. It's an instrument of the ruling class. That's what the state is. And as an evidence of their democracy, they have elections. And these elections are really important for the facade of democracy. And they're important because they represent a nonviolent contest, generally speaking, between sectors of the ruling class for control of the state, for control of the military, for control of the FBI, CIA, for control of the whole apparatus of coercion that exists in the world. And in this case where we have, moving from this feudal existence that was in what we call Europe prior to the advent of capitalism, prior to the advent of wage slavery in Europe, now becoming slavery pure and simple in the New World. prior to the advent of that, the state existed. Again, since the very instance where society got split. But the thing is, moving from what the Marxists characterize as primitive communism, which they say is the beginning of it all, primitive communism, and I think it's primitive. I really think it's primitive because white people didn't have it. I mean this literally. If you look at the book written by Frederick Engels, on the family and private property and what have you, he used as examples to show what the world used to look like, something that came from a man named Harry Morgan, who was an anthropologist, who did studies. He was from this country who did studies, but these studies were not for white people. They were studies that showed the indigenous people here in this country, the Iroquois, and other people who said, look, there was no exploitation. There was no oppression. There was no oppression of women. That there was equality in society. And they call that primitive. And the reason it's primitive is because they concluded, and all historians do this, historians work there when this happened, they have to start from where they are and try to work their way back to understand the world. And so they concluded that since Europe was the highest stage of development, what they were looking at when they look at the Iroquois and all these other people, that was the lowest stage. So it's primitive communism. But the outcome of what Marx and Engels were talking about was to be the real communism. And this is the time where the development process has so matured, and technology and all this kind of development, and of course they're writing from a perspective of technological development of their own that came as a consequence of stealing resources from the people. Now this technology is commanded by a handful of people on the planet Earth. And so they've concluded this is where everything is headed in this direction. Yeah. And so that's what facilitates their understanding of the things that's in the world. And we're in a great place because regardless of what Marx said in terms of how society would develop and come to capitalism, they talk about these modes of production, moving from this place to that place in a vertical way, starting from primitive communism, moving from primitive communism to what they call slavery. And they're not talking about what happened to us. They're talking about, was it Kirk Douglas? Y'all too young to know who Kirk Douglas was, and Spartacus, right? This is what they're talking about. From slavery, they go to feudalism, and from feudalism, this is where you make the great leap from feudalism to capitalism, from capitalism to communism. The real core, people got it now. And white people are defined. When Marx is defining this, he is talking about the development of human society, not European society. Human society, that's how it's being characterized, this development. But human society didn't work like that in the real world. Marx said it himself. He said that in order to understand the emergence of capitalism in the real world, then had this primitive accumulation of capital. And this primitive accumulation of capital was a part of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. It was the assault of the indigenous people and turning them into mines in this country, bringing up gold and silver. It was the attack on East India, the Indian people in that part of Asia. He went so far as to say it was even the 1841-42 Opium War that was initiated against the people in China. Because they wanted to trade opium with China for tea. And China didn't need opium, didn't want opium. This is really interesting. They call this trade. And so the English, the British initiated a war against China to force them to take opium. This is the origin of the fundamental drug trade that we saw happen that decimated much of China. Well, this is the emergence of the capitalist system, but more than that, that's not mentioned by Marx. But you can find some of this in the book about Hosea Jaffe on A History of Africa. There was something like 600 million African people in Africa during the slave trade. And Jaffe comes up with quotes of a third, 200 million African people dying in the process of kicking. I know you read 12 million people died in the slave trade, etc. Joffrey comes up with 200 million people. Walter Rodney comes up with 100 million African people who were killed in this process. This is how this thing, and Marx called it how did he characterize this? The rise of capitalism in the world, this idyllic emergence of capitalism in the world. That's what we're living with. So you got, for the first time in human history, an economic and political configuration of the whole planet Earth that rests upon this colonial mode of production, a parasitic mode that's linked the whole planet in the same process. Everybody's connected to it. Whether you're in Russia, China, even directly or indirectly, that's where all the resources come through this process. And that's the thing that's being challenged in a very powerful way today. The economic and political configuration of the world is in a state of transition. You can see it. And this is driving the rulers of this country and the so-called West. There was a conference, and they have it every year in Germany. It's the, what's it called? The Munich Security Council. Every year, they have it in Germany. And the most important figures, many of them in the world, attend this conference. Zuckerberg was there. Leaders from different countries and the parliaments and things like that were there. And in 2020, they raised this specter of the restlessness, of coming restlessness. I'm saying this because people like to talk about how there's some right-wing conspirators who will go out and kill people. You will not replace us, kind of stuff. No, Zuckerberg is involved in that debate too. People who were in powerful places of government involved in that debate too. The disappearance of the West, of the colonizer, and the colonizer should disappear. And I'm not a right-wing guy who's saying this kind of stuff. So this is a really critical place in history that we're located. And we're at a splendid opportunity because we have now made it possible for people who have been trapped into this relationship with colonialism. There is a way out. You don't have to be in this relationship with colonialism. We've opened the door so that white people can abandon this fidelity, abandon this loyalty to the colonial mode of production and join with the vast majority of the peoples on the world. And we are the majority. And that needs to be understood too. I mean, because when you look at when they talk about the economy and economic life and what have you, white people are a small minority. And it's colonialism that keeps white people living well. That's why war. Look at where the wars are centered. Look at where they're coming from. Look what's being fought over and fought around. Which is why they would attack North St. Louis. There was no damn attack on South St. Louis except when they came to get the people who were supporting the struggle against colonialism. People who support the struggle of the Palestinians get attacked. This is the kind of thing that we're looking at, and people who seem to have some kind of relationship or might have a relationship with some of the forces who are challenging the hegemony of the colonial mode of production. I think that's much more helpful than trying to draw some analysis of the world based on some white people don't like black people and black people are poor, desperate people living off the goodwill of white people, that kind of, that doesn't help at all. And what we do with the colonial mode of production is bring us all into consciousness of being a part of the same damn process, same social process. And we say, as always, we've said, what, the road to socialism, that's what we want, right? The road to socialism is painted black. And so this is what we've succeeded in doing. We've broken up the absolute solidarity or near absolute solidarity that white people have expressed with colonialism. With 140 cities in this country where people are doing work against reparations, for reparations and against genocide of African people in this country. And through this relationship, having a deep and profound connection to the struggle of free Leonard Peltier. I can't think of too many things more obscene than to have this man locked up in a prison cell on his own land. Yes. On his own land. In a prison cell, and for 50 years or so. That's an obscenity, and nobody even talks about it. That's what we're talking about, the pedestal. You can't even see what's under the pedestal. You can live in the same city. If you don't go to accidentally take the wrong turn off the interstate, you won't even know how African people look or live or anything like that. You have to hear rumors. And you can only hear the rumors that Zuckerberg wants you to hear. You see? So, but we've got this relationship and we function for a while, sort of like somebody said, perfect, like termites. The structure looks good, but I like to think of carpenter ants. So we're in the process of constructing. We're tearing it down, but at the same time we're tearing it down, we're constructing something better. I want to say this final thing that people hopefully, how am I on the time thing?
2 minutes.
2? 2 minutes. Yeah, I think it's really important because we're talking about the African People's Socialist Party because I say with confidence that we lead the struggle against colonialism. We've given for the first time in an explicit way the ability for there to be a united struggle against imperialism. Yeah. So it's not just the black struggle kind of thing over here. Yeah, you unite with the black, that's the vanguard. Yeah. It's not just the white struggle over here and the indigenous people over here. It's one struggle. And we are putting together in this whole struggle that we're involved in now around this, the Uhuru 3. Is the objective part of it has been pulling all these forces from together in the same process. John MacArthur is a splendid example. I like to pick on John because he just comes through so magnificently and put in these short, concise ways, these profound statements. He indicated that in the case of the Uhuru 3, that the United States ultimately convicted itself for a conspiracy against itself. And I was saying earlier that this issue of speech is critical. And it's critical mostly in most societies. And certainly within the Christian tradition, conceptually, the story of creation starts with speech. So in the beginning, there was the Word. The Word, right? Not social media, not the Justice Department. In the beginning, there was the Word. That's a profound statement about the significance, goes back anciently, about the significance of speech. And then it said, and the Word was what? The Word was God. Now, if the Justice Department existed at that time, there may not be a God, right? Because it would have been listening in on the discussion. It would have put people in jail maybe for saying the word. There would be no word called God if you went with the logic that's associated with this attack on us. So John, extending John's argument that the U.S. government indicted itself, it also indicted God. So I just wanted to express appreciation for that and to say that we think it's really important for you to be here because we've broken this solidarity that the colonizer has had within the colonial population itself, between the population of the colonizers, and that's magnificent. And that's its death knell because it cannot survive without you. And you represent the front of the African Revolution, the African People's Socialist Party, black power in white face. And they don't know where we're coming from now. Because when they look at their daughters and their children and their neighbors, they may be looking at black power in white face. And you think they're paranoid now? I mean, I don't know if they're going to keep on attacking like they did here. They come and knock down the doors right here in this place in the white community and went to the white community to attack people's houses there. That must be an extraordinary element of stress, but we don't have to share that stress with them at all. So I just want to thank you so much, comrades. I know I've spoken longer than I should have, but Uhuru. So the justice department is against God.
Who comrades? Yeah.
Charles coordinated them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chairman, for that powerful presentation. Yeah, salute. Let's give it up again. That was amazing. Yeah. I just want to unite with something Jesse said earlier, and all what the chairman said, which is not 1 second behind bars for Chairman Shitella. Yeah, speech must be free, and us as the settlers here, as the colonizers, have this opportunity to abandon, as you said, the fidelity and the loyalty to colonialism, and to white nationality. So I want to encourage everyone to join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and join under leadership of the African People's Socialist Party as we bring on the revolution. Uhuru. Yeah. Also want to remind everyone that we are raising reparations today, and we have a goal of $25,000, which we will achieve. So I encourage you right now to go on uhurusolidarity.org/donate and begin donating. Uhuru.
Thank you, Indigo. Yes, excellent. And so now to show the incredible vision of African internationalism and how it's being materialized in the world, it's my honor to introduce Onezene Shitella, who is the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party. Deputy Chair Onezene is responsible for the monumental work of constructing the independent, liberated, anti-colonial economy in the hands of the Black working class. And Deputy Chair leads over 50 economic institutions of the Uhuru movement that span the globe, including the Black Power Blueprint, and she's well known for dedicated, tireless commitment to the struggle of African people worldwide for independence and freedom. So please welcome Deputy Chair.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sound down.
Well,
Okay, I think we're okay.
okay. So I just, next slide, please. I just really want to thank you, Chairman, for that powerful introduction, and you, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, and has succeeded in giving ideological, political, and organizational coherence to the anti-colonial movement that was nearly destroyed by the colonial military assaults during the 1960s. For over 60 years, you have dedicated your life to overturning the social system so Africa and African people can be free in your lifetime, and whose leadership continued to stand the test of time, and who understands and believes in African women leadership as a means to win our freedom and liberation. Next slide. I want to also give a big uhuru to Chairwoman Penny Hess, who is the first I say it every time, but the first white woman to go into the white community and challenge white people to stand on the right side of African and indigenous people all around the world. Next slide. I just want to also, just really commend Chair Jesse for leading the Uhuru Solidarity Movement all these years and, fighting for, everybody. And we're going to be free, and I know we're going to be free in Chairman's lifetime, so that means that we're going to be free in your lifetime as well, Jesse. Next slide. So these three people make up Uhuru 3, and I want to just say that I stand with Chairman Omali Shatella, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, who is known as the Uhuru 3 in this recent legal victory that concluded the Uhuru movement works for Black people, not Russia. The US government lied and lost, and the Uhuru movement told the truth and won. Uhuru, next slide. So I also want to salute Vice Chair Amanda Carlosi, who, Chair Jesse realized that he needed a vice chair, and look who he turned to. Not a better person to really put up the fight and stand shoulder to shoulder to make all this work happen through USM. And I just really want to salute you, comrade, for that. And also say that Amanda was one of the persons in the House when the FBI attacked on July 29th, 2022. Uhuru. Next slide. So I finally want to give a big uhuru to all the IEC of USM and all the USM members, all the people who are joining this historic reparation conference to be a part of building USM membership and reparation legacy program. Next slide. So again, I'm here to speak about building principal unity with all colonized and oppressed people, white solidarity with African liberation. I want to give a brief, start this conference off with a brief audio video of a colonizer who happens to have come into a meeting that we were holding to actually get the bakery started. So I wanted to show this colonizer because I want to show you what we're faced with right now in the north side of St. Louis and why we don't have the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe open now. So if you can play that audio, that would be great. Next, it's on the next slide.
Is there anybody opposed that would like to speak? I think that was Terry.
So her name is Terry
Okay,
Rose.
can I have your name and address?
Yes, Terry Rose. Terry Rose, 2016 East Caliche Avenue, 63107. The neighborhood organization is opposed to this. They talk about getting a liquor license. They're not going to get a liquor license because they're right across the street from a church. I checked with the excise commissioner's office for the distance. They're too close to the church unless they can appeal that. You can't compare Caliche to anything on the south side. Blackfoot had 16, 17 homes on them when I was a kid. I was born and raised there. I'm fifth generation on my dad's side. So far, none of your speakers have lived in Caliche. And the former alderman was never an alderman for Caliche. Okay? This will be the fourth place in there. The three others failed. They talk about some neighborhood. People in the neighborhood aren't going to be able to afford to go in there and eat. We had one woman from the neighborhood. She was supported by members of the Lutheran Church, opened a restaurant on Grand, couldn't make a go of it. One of the neighborhood residents told me, I went in there to eat. She wanted $6 for some pancakes. I can go up to Aldi's and buy a box of pancake mix for $1. I live up there. I know there's no place to go to eat. But there aren't enough people to support it, or the people that live there can't afford to go into a restaurant and eat. It just, I get their flyers, and if he went around knocking on doors, he'd never knocked on my door, and I live in the neighborhood, and I'd love to see that list of people who supported it, because probably most of them don't live in the neighborhood. Like when we had the hearing for the gas station, most of the people who spoke in favor of it didn't live in the neighborhood, the one at 5337 Von Pool. So I'd love to see that list of people. Our people want things, but oh, I live up there. And then a lot of the things they do, the flyers that they send out, I showed one of their flyers to a friend of mine who's African American. She read it, she looked at me and she said, this is racist. You know, it just, And that was the take. They showed up at our neighborhood meeting already with a letter of support written for us, which we didn't sign. We didn't write a letter of support because we don't support it. Alderman Aldridge called me. They went to him before they came to us. He sent them to us, and he told me if the neighborhood organization didn't support it, he wasn't going to support it. The people in the neighborhood that were at the neighborhood meetings are uncomfortable with their whole life. You've had people living up there 30, 40, 50 years, white and black together. They have each other's keys to their homes and get along fine. This group feels like they're divisive. They're a foreign corporation. They're a Russian corporation that was initially set up in Florida. One of their leaders is under federal indictment for Russian propaganda. We don't want that in our neighborhood. We don't want somebody who's going to come in and be divisive. And that's the feel that a lot of people get from this organization. So no, we don't want them. Don't want the expansion. And as long as the churches across the street, as the current rules are according to the Excise Commissioner, they won't be able to get a liquor license. And talk about liquor license. A few months ago in the summer when they had, I think it was 23 shootings over a weekend, 3 or 4 of them happened at a bar in the Fairgrounds neighborhood in Prairie and Cassis. I think 3 people got shot. So it's not a neighborhood, it's not a place where we need liquor licenses, any type of liquor license. Because people don't have a fist fight or a knife fight anymore, they pull out a gun. So we don't want it.
Okay, thank you, Terry.
So this is a white woman that lives in the African community on the north side of St. Louis, where there is nothing on the north side. And we have come in, African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Power Blueprint have come in and spent over $1 million to enhance this community. And she's standing there on this board of commission saying that she don't want a bakery and cafe. And she keep raising liquor license. We never applied for a liquor license. We only wanted beer and wine. They have that on the south side. You can go on any cafe on the south side of St. Louis and you can sit outside, have a nice sandwich with beer and wine or whatever. She comes in and says, oh no, you can't have this. We petitioned the whole College Hill neighborhood. We got 223 signatures. We got 110 businesses in North St. Louis and South Side because they want to see the North Side look like the South Side as well. You can't have a community or you can't have a neighborhood without commerce. It's not going to happen. You're not going to build anything unless you have businesses that support the neighborhood. And she doesn't want it. And she's saying that her father and her great-grandfather was in this neighborhood in the 1800s. Well, and you know what was happening in the 1800s. Slavery was happening, so they owned slaves. And so she want to continue this trajectory right now, and we're not going to let it happen. So we're going to be fighting her. So next slide. So historically, one of the biggest problems the world has confronted in the struggle for freedom has been the complexity of white citizen colonizers with their colonial governments and their oppression and exploitation of the majority of the peoples of the world. Next slide. Because colonialism gave birth to the politics and economy of today's world, it has been nearly impossible for whites to separate themselves from our oppression and oppressors and enter into a principal relationship with the enslaved and the colonized. Next slide. This is because the very existence, identity, and immediate well-being of all colonizers stem from the violent parasitic colonial mode of production that sucks and transfers the life and resources of African people to the entire colonizer nation, including, as the chairman always say, the white people that love us. Next slide. But the African People's Socialist Party has successfully provided the direction and organization for whites to enter into a principled anti-colonial relationship with Africans and the colonized of the world with the creation of a genuine solidarity movement under its leadership. Next slide. So thanks to the leadership of the party, white people now have the ability to abandon the interests of the colony white ruling class and join with the oppressed workers of the world to destroy the colonial mode of production. Next slide. So this happens by the party's leadership to build dual and contending power, the power of the colonized as a way forward to the destruction of colonialism. Next slide. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement, under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, have built principal relationships in 140 cities in the U.S. and have fought back against these false charges that Chairman Omali Shatella, Chairwoman Penny, and Chair Jesse Neville work for Russia. Next slide. So in St. Louis now, the national headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, since 2017, we have fought to acquire land, we demo condemned buildings, and we began to renovate 14 new properties, and we have completed at least 5 of them in the last 6 years, and on the path to complete another 5 by spring of 2025. So I'm really excited about that. Next slide. So the chairman says always, when he sent me here, he says the number 1 goal was for us to seize territory. So that's exactly what we did. The party began taking back the African community properties that were stolen through colonial plunder under the guise of back taxes or abandoned by white flight following the Black Power movement of the 1960s. Properties were viciously seized and left to rot by this city, hoarding them in a land bank for future corporate and white developers and neo-colonial puppets. Next slide. So I'm just going to go through really quickly all the properties that we have gotten so far. And a lot of you have already been to 4101 West Florissant. Next slide. So we purchased this condemned building from a private owner in June of 2017. We, APDF and the Black Power Blueprint, invested $150,000 in renovation. We did this in a record 10 months. There was no plumbing, no heat, no air, no electricity, no floors. We interviewed at least 15 to 20 contractors during this whole process to begin to build these relationships. Next slide. So here are some more of the pictures of the outside of that building. Next slide. And some more pictures of the inside hallway and the outside of the building. Next slide. Inside the building, was all kind of trash and furniture that was left there. Next slide. Again, this was a bar. And on the right picture is some bathrooms that they had started to build, but we demolished everything that was inside. Next slide. Is the second floor where we have our offices at. Next slide is the third floor where we also have offices. Now, next slide. So this was the first day that we got light. Now, just keep in mind, a lot of you seen this building like it is now, but it wasn't always like that. That's why we like to show these pictures before and after. This is the first day we got lights. Remember, we worked through the summer, through all the heat. We worked through all the winter, through all the cold. I almost died in St. Louis. I mean, literally died. Chairman, they called the chairman and he said, get her to the emergency room right now because I wasn't budging. But to have lights on in this building was like, it was so amazing. We just applauded. Next slide. So after that, we installed a new sign and awning on the outside of the building. Next slide. These are 2 of the contractors that worked on the inside of the building doing the tuck pointing. Next slide. And so this is what the building looked like now without anything in it. Our contractors, we completed the whole renovations of April of 2018. Uhuru. Next slide. So 4031 West Florissant is where we have Karibu, which means welcome. And this was, next slide. And this is where we purchased these buildings from the LRA and combined 4 properties, 4031, 4033, and 4035 West Florissant, and also 2150 Alice in April of 2018. In May of 2018, we demolished those 2 buildings and completed the whole project on February of 2020. Next slide. And this is where we were beginning to put down, dig for the flag. Next slide. So we installed a 50-foot flagpole on a 25-foot African flag that's hanging right now, blowing in the wind. Uhuru, next slide. So the outdoor venue, this is the drawing by DTSL Landscape Architect. This is what we wanted the outdoor venue to look like. Next slide. So the landscape architect designed the outdoor venue space, and we contracted it to be built out. We created a complete outdoor venue with covered stage, decorative fencing, lighting, water. We installed permanent pavers with an MSD rain harvesting grant that we got, and we planted trees and native plants with Bright Side of St. Louis grant. So these are some of the contractors that really did the work. Paradon Construction, which is an African company that we hired to do this work. Next slide. So at 4031 West Florissant is the Gary Brooks Community Garden and the One Africa One Nation Farmers Market. Next slide. So our April planting of the Gary Brooks Black Power Community Garden is in its 5th season. We just closed down the whole garden thanks to Kitty Riley, who's leading that project. We have 8 vegetable boxes, flowers and trees that bloom young apples, and peach trees that also bear fruit. Next slide. We planted collard greens, green and purple cabbage, herbs, teas, scallions, kale, Brussels sprouts, okra, tomatoes, bell peppers, and more. We harvested and distributed almost 1,000 pounds of produce this year. Last fall, we installed an automatic watering system with a grant from the Regional Business Council. Next slide. We created economic institutions like the Gary Brooks Community Garden and the One Africa One Nation Farmers Market to actually bring food and jobs into the so-called food desert created by the colonial capitalist state. Next slide. So the fourth thing was we received a 3-year grant from the USDA to support the One Africa One Nation Farmers Market, bringing fresh food to the community and bringing community commerce to the north side of St. Louis neighborhoods. Next slide. So to combat food apartheid, we are connecting with Black farmers and growers, building a youth farming program, holding workshops and backyard chicken gardens, and preparing healthy foods. The vendors are able to accept SNAP or EBT at the market as well. This year, the market was taken over by ANWO as one of their economic development institutions, and yesterday was the last day of the market for this year that was held at O'Fallon Park. Next slide. So the 4th property that we acquired was 4029 West Florissant. We took possession of this amazing property on June 1st of this year. We have completed all the demo on the inside. We just put a new roof on 2 weeks ago, and we're in the process of getting estimates for all the renovations that are going to take place over the winter. Next slide. So on the other side of that building was our first mural that we added for the community. Next slide. So at 4007 and 4009 West Florissant, next slide, APDF purchased these properties in July of 2019 from the LRA. We demoed and the condemned buildings in 2020 from a grant that we received from Clip Bar. We have an estimated total of maybe 20 to 25,000 invested in this. And right now the uses is going to be a parking lot for our next door building. Next slide, which is this building that we also purchased from the LRA for $1,000. And we have completely gutted the whole inside of this building. Next slide. You can see some of the before pictures of what it looked like on the inside. This has come from the city letting these properties sit for years and years and years. And now they're utilizing the LRA, which is the biggest land bank in the world, that they hoard these properties. So we were able to purchase that and start the next slide and start the renovation process on that as well. Next slide. So 3945, 3943, and 3941 West Florissant. We purchased all 3 of these locations and made them into one address. Next slide. On this site, we will build the Black Power Square. It would cost us $400,000 to complete this project. We're looking for funding opportunities to begin building this project from the ground up. Next slide. The vision is a shipping container complex that will provide affordable move-in ready spaces to grow local businesses. The Black Power Blueprint just met with a Chicago organization that created a similar concept called Boxville. Next slide. The next property we got is 4368 College on West Florissant, and it's going to be the Black Power Vanguard's community basketball court. Next slide. We purchased these lots from 4368 from the LRA in January of 2018 for the future home of the basketball court. Right away, the bricks started falling down. So we had to like speed this project up. So we made it a priority to go ahead and start renovation on this site. Next slide. So we demoed and those condemned properties in May of 2019. Next slide. This was not easy because as you know, when you demo property, a lot of times a lot of that buildings goes down in the ground. So it's very hard to like put lighting, or even where you seen on the previous slide where we was trying to dig to put the flagpole in, because you know the building materials are buried in the ground. So this wasn't an easy project. So these are just our electrician, you know, Jason Pye and Ray Woods, you know, grading the property, getting ready to install the electrical wire underground and rebuilding the retaining wall. Next slide. So here they are pouring the concrete slab. It took 8.5 truckloads. This was a major construction project. Most people assumed that the court would just consist of a slab of concrete, bite boards, and hoops, but we had a surprise for them. Next slide. So this is the material that the court is made of. It's called sport court material. This is material that is built to help, you know, the kids or adults who is playing on the court so they won't hurt their ankles and knees. And you see the chairman out there just giving direction. I'm just looking at the project. Next slide. So Jamie, the artist, took on her second Black Power Blueprint mural. She did a beautiful mural and that you can see that stretch 100-foot long. It's really beautiful. And if you haven't seen it, you know, maybe before you leave, you can take you on a tour to go see it. Next slide. So we've been doing live tours on this location, so you won't be surprised how beautiful this court is. It is like so beautiful. We spent upward of $160,000. And we raise these resources from donors like yourself sitting here. So like the chairman said, we have already been getting reparations, you know, from the beginning. So this is a beautiful court, and this is one of the, you know, one of our prized possessions. Next slide. So the Black Power Blueprint Vanguard basketball court had its grand opening. Next slide. So 4358 to 4360 is the College Avenue housing, which is for the AIWP. Next slide. So we purchased this fourplex from a private owner in December of 2017. Next slide. APDF hired African contractors to completely renovate the 4 apartments. We had plumbers, roofers, electricians, HVACs, and fencing contractors. We had many volunteer work days to clear out the building and the yard, to assemble furniture and to decorate. This is definitely the house that Black built. Next slide. Here are some of the contractors and workers employed through APDF and the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. This is some of the before and after pictures of one of the apartments. Next slide. So our Philly store, Philadelphia Uhuru on the Move team drove 900 miles through the snow in Philadelphia mountains to deliver a truckload of beautiful furniture from our APDF furniture store that was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Next slide. And here is me and the Kenge loading the beds and bringing them up to the fourplex to assemble and set up. Next slide. We really want to thank JD Chef Foundation, who gave us a grant, and that grant covered all the appliances, including the AC units and the washer and dryers for all 4 apartments. Next slide. And this is just one of, I call this the red room because it had the red leather couches, beautiful. And then on the left is the black room with the black couches. And you can see both apartments have one of our signature designs from Enzo from our furniture line in it. Next slide. Here's another apartment as well. That's beautiful. Next slide. So we are honored to name our entire African Independent Workforce housing after the great freedom fighter, Richard Mafundi late. Each room of this housing was named after a political prisoner, Matula Shakur, Asada Shakur, Sundiata Kali, and Desi Wood. Next slide. So to say that the African Independent Workforce Program is a program that's going to be housing African men and women coming out of the colonial prison system, we have created a video that I would hope that we can be able to watch in its entirety, and it talks exactly about what this program is all about and who's going to benefit from it. So if we can play that video. Can we? It's linked in the notes. If not, you can go ahead. I'm just gonna go to the next slide. I just really want to thank the mighty great. Okay, good. Okay.
Uhuru, Uhuru, what do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom.
I am Onazane Ishatella, Board President of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. We are building the African Independence Workforce Program. Our tagline is "Our labor, our future." This is a step towards building an independent economy in our own interests and investing in our own collective future.
The African Independence Workforce Program is necessary as a response to the conditions of colonialism we face as a people. Over the last 600 years, we have faced conditions in which our labor has produced wealth for others at our expense. But APEDF has always defended the human and civil rights of our Black community. Many of you have already seen the profound rebuilding of North St. Louis that we have initiated, building programs to address the serious disparities our community faces. Life expectancy in the African community of North St. Louis is 17 years less than in the white community. The infant mortality rate in St. Louis could fill 12 kindergarten classrooms every year. Our community makes up 13% of the national population, but 40% of the prison population. APEDF created the African Independence Workforce Program to address the devastating effect prisons have on our community. Prisons have always been used as a colonial tool to extract our labor. They have a profoundly destabilizing impact on our families and communities. Corporations and the economy as a whole benefit from our exploited free labor, generating billions of dollars through the prison economy. Since the 1990s, the incarceration rate of African women in the U.S. has increased by 828%. The majority of Black women in prison have been incarcerated and criminalized for trying to feed their families. Why is this considered a crime? APEDF understands that the conditions we face as a community. So the solution must be a collective solution to have lasting change. The mission of the African Independence Workforce Program is to reverse the negative economic and social impact of the colonial economy and prison system, and to train members of our community to contribute to a prosperous future through development of our own independent economy. When the mission of the African Independence Workforce Program is carried out, we uplift the entire community. We will ensure the success of the mission by carrying out the four main components of the African Independence Workforce Program: job training, job placement, housing, and life services. We have beautifully furnished, dedicated housing units ready for use, complete with appliances. The African Independence Workforce Program has created the Huduma za Maisha program. This is Swahili for life services that we will provide to participants. In addition to assisting in locating outside employment opportunities, we are uniquely positioned to offer immediate job placement in 14 of our own institutions and programs. Here are some of the positions for which training is available: chefs, bakers, line cooks, caterers, production managers, professional furniture movers, truck drivers, logistics and outreach coordinators, social media and marketing coordinators, farmers and gardeners, store managers, artists and graphic artists, t-shirt printers, customer service managers, project managers, radio engineers, human resources personnel, photographers, videographers, and grassroots organizers. All of these positions are part of institutions we have created by renovating abandoned and decaying properties in our community. They are now grassroots economic institutions that are transforming our community. They are the seed of the independent African economy, placing power back in our own hands. We created the Gary Brooks Community Garden, the One Africa One Nation Farmers Market, and the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe to end food apartheid that is prevalent in North St. Louis. These programs bring fresh, nutritious foods as well as job opportunities into our community. Our state-of-the-art basketball court and program will improve leadership abilities, social skills, critical thinking, and self-confidence. Basketball creates lifelong memories that people will have forever, and this is something you cannot put a price on. These are all beautiful, high-quality African self-determination programs that our community takes pride in, built from the ground up. We are repairing our community. Participants of the African Independence Workforce Program will not need to leave our communities to find meaningful employment. We can see our labor building our own communities that benefit our children and our neighbors' children. For the final component of the program, job training, we will tap into APEDF's over 30-year history of training and working with people impacted by the prison system in several of our current institutions and programs. Our focus has been on African and Indigenous working-class adults, youth, and seniors. In addition to vocational training, the African Independence Workforce Program's job training component will include leadership skills, soft skills, and hard skills training. We are creating career pathways with a strong focus on entrepreneurship. Our goal is for every participant to have a career that allows them to own a home, support a family, and to employ and uplift their community. We are forging collaboration with other organizations because we are stronger together. Collaboration is at the heart of African culture. We invite everyone to take a tour, see how we have already transformed our community in North St. Louis. We ask you to invest in this strategy. A sense of agency has been taken away from African people. We are taking it back. Together, we are making a pledge to our community that not one child shall go hungry, not one family shall be homeless, not one youth shall be without a positive future, not one elder shall be disrespected and alone. This is the African Independence Workforce Program. Our labor, our future. Join us.
Uhuru, 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 what do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom.
Uhuru. Uhuru. So that's our African Independent Workforce Program, and that's going to cover all the different entities and departments and organizations we have within the Uhuru movement. Next slide. So I really want to give a big shout out to the Mighty Mighty Grants team. Yes. And we have Maureen Wagner, who is the chair, Janice Kent, vice chair. And I just want to send a salute out to Wendy Craig, who has been injured in an accident in San Diego. And we just wishing you to get well, Wendy, as soon as possible. And also we have the dynamic Leah Fightfield, who's on this team. And for the African Independent Workforce Program, we have Stephanie Mittler, who's chairs this that committee, and also Janine Griswold, who is the vice chair. So this grant team has just secured a 3-year grant for the African Independent Workforce Program. So we're well on our way to really build this program out. I am really, really excited. And Stephanie is here today. Can you just wave, Stephanie, from Oakland, from our furniture store. So I just really want to appreciate this team. Next slide. So we have 3771 West Florissant, which is going to be the home of Uhuru Wakalia, which is our Women's Health Center. Next slide. So we purchased this land from the LRA for this Women's Health Center. Next slide. Uhuru Wakalia means freedom to nurture. We have raised $230,000 for the health center so far, which will contribute to empowering African women to solve the many life and death struggles that we face every day. Next slide. With a grant from the Missouri Department of Health, APDF held the African Doula Project in St. Louis last summer, training 14 women to become birthing assistants. This program was part of building Uhuru Wakalia and APDF's work to address the huge disparities in infant and maternity mortality. Next slide. So we've drawn up the architectural plans and for this building to include spaces for a fitness and wellness program, natural healing products, an exam room, offices, and entrepreneur program, and more. We're building the capacity to nurture, support, and cultivate healing and wellness skills, gives African women the life-producing opportunity to care for our bodies and our mental health. Next slide. So at 3901 West Florissant, in 2025, this is going to be a beautiful food oasis that will provide food to the community, as well as Uhuru Bakery and Cafe. APDF will be grading the lot. We'll be putting up a beautiful fence. We'll be testing the soil, and then we'll be starting to grow food. In 2025, that whole lot is going to be transformed. Next slide. We're going to be installing beautiful greenhouses and also utility shed to hold all of our equipment. Next slide. We're going to have movable and vertical planters on this lot as well. Next slide. And also collapsed rain barrels. Next slide. And we can't go without fruit trees as well. Next slide. So Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, you know, really after looking at our strategy and APDF board decided that we needed to find a place for Uhuru Bakery and Cafe. We actually have a building on Goodfellow and Natural Bridge, but it's going to take us $1.2 million to build that out. So we decided to go ahead and purchase a smaller building right there on West Florissant to make the cafe happen. And the lady that you heard earlier, she was the one that was opposed to us having this building here. Next slide. So that building is at 3719 West Florissant. Next slide. So on January 26th of this year, APF along with Black Star Industry, we signed and we purchased this location for the bakery and cafe. Next slide. So it's on the same corridor with the basketball court, where the community center is, where the outdoor venue is, where everything that we have is on the West Florissant corridor. So we're right up the street. Next slide. So here are a few pictures where we begin to, you can see that we have some equipment that's in there. We have the freezers, the hood. We have a lot of equipment that's in this building already. That's why it was one of the reasons why we wanted to purchase it as well. Next slide. So we immediately began to work on the renovations upon taking ownership. Here's Mr. Dependable Ben Patty and his crew demoing the inside. We'll be adding our own touches, having a space for people to sit, and we'll have our own kitchen area as well. Next slide. So here we met with the architect, Dwayne Thompson, whose team has worked on the rendering and the floor plan for us. Next slide. And these are just some of the pies actually that we have out in the lobby right here now for sale. Next slide. Our Whole Foods and Pies program are based in Florida and California. So in order to bring them to St. Louis, We had to have a location to begin to reduce and develop our products so the community would know who we are and of course, taste our delicious pies. Next slide. So since 81, volunteers have sold and made pies from scratch. We have the pecans, sweet potato, fruit pies to all their friends and families and co-workers. We're starting that process right now. You can order your pies now to have for Thanksgiving. We have the order forms out in the lobby. And also you can order online, if I'm not mistaken now. On Friday, you can start ordering online. Next slide. So according to a longtime Uhuru Foods and Pies volunteer, Redbeard, I know you're out there, Redbeard. Uhuru Pies has baked in 17 different kitchens in California. Now we are investing in our own. Uhuru will control and our own kitchen along with Uhuru G-Co in St. Petersburg and as in St. Petersburg, Florida at the Uhuru House. Next slide. So 3723 Goodfellow is the home of the bakery, the big kitchen that we eventually want to move to after we develop the bakery on West Florissant. Next slide. So we purchased this beautiful 5,000 square foot Art Deco building at the corner of Goodfellow and Natural Bridge from a private owner in October of 2017. The architectural plans and bakery designs were developed by local architect Dwayne Thompson and international baker designer Michelle Sushis. International, we did all the internal demolition on June 13th of 2022. We've raised over $267,000 for this project. When we got attacked by the FBI, the bank started seizing our property and they told us that we had to pay off the loan that we had on that building. So we had to use like $80,000 towards to completely pay off the building right away. Next slide. So Uhuru G-Co will be the official home of Uhuru Foods and Pies, in operation for almost 40 years as an economic development project of Bike Star Industries. Our pies are delicious and famous. The cafe will serve breakfast and lunch and host cultural events. Next slide. Okay, so the property also has 13,000 square foot garden and event space, which we've already designed the outside, as you can see from the slide. There will be special garden featuring Africa herbs and spices that grows well from being here in Missouri. There will be sold in our cafe at our farmers market and used for our local chef and cooking. It's going to be a showcase, a hub of activity in North St. Louis. We know it will become a destination spot. Next slide. And here is BJ Boyce and his team. They're demolishing the whole interior of the building. Next slide. And that building was completely cleared out August of last year. So we're just waiting to get the funding to make this building a reality. Next slide. 4617 Natural Bridge is the home of the ANWO, the African National Women's Organization headquarters. Next slide. We have cleaned out and demoed that and prepared the African National Women's Organization headquarters. It's a beautiful building. Next slide. Here are some of the before pictures before we cleared it out. Next slide is some more before pictures. And then at the bottom is where we completely cleared everything out. So it's ready. They have put a new roof on. They're getting ready to go in. They've already hired Dwayne Thompson as their architect, and they're getting ready to start making it beautiful. Next slide. 2654 Gravel is where you're sitting at right now. There's the APSC Solidarity Committee headquarters. Next slide. We purchased this from a private owner in September of 2021. Upon purchase, it had minor renovation. So this is also the home of Uhuru Planet that manufactures all the t-shirts and other products as well. And we'll be setting up retail. We already set up the retail sales here. Next slide. We had a beautiful grand opening and welcomed the whole neighborhood. Next slide. So coming this spring, we're gonna be having affordable housing. Here we have 5818 Ferris, 5824 Ferris, and 4514 Harris. We're in complete renovation process. And like I said, winter is coming. Winter is when APDF and the Black Power Blueprint, we do all of our planning, we do all of our design work. And come April of next year, which we call the spring explosion, we just open it up so everybody can see all the work that has taken place over the winter. Next slide. So now you have had a glimpse of some of the work that the party has accomplished in the last 7 short years in St. Louis against all odds, including nonstop opposition from every sellout in our community and reactionary tradition of the colonizing nation. It is clear that the Black Power Blueprint is negating the colonial economy and raising up our community through the Black Power Blueprint. So I'm going to end here. Thank you. And I just want to say that's not everything. That's all I had time. It's so much more, but we're just going to stop there. Uhuru.
Wow. Uhuru, I just really want to thank Deputy Chair for that. To say that that is the power of the African working class, that is creating the new world right there. And it's amazing. It's powerful. And to think that, you know, the city tries to block this every step of the way when they should be congratulating you.
Well, it's not just the city. I think it's important to recognize that this attack on us, that's what this attack is about. That's what the attack on Gaza and what have you about the Palestinian people should not have self-determination, should not have capacity to feed, clothe, and house themselves. And what they've done, as with Gaza, they would obscure the fact that it's an attack against the Palestinian people, because the fact is that Palestine is in the vanguard of the whole revolutionary movement of all the Arab people. That's one of the things that makes it such a critical question. And to obscure the fact that they're attacking the Arab people and Palestinians specifically, they call it a war. Every time you read it, something about it, they say it's a fight against Hamas, a particular organization there. That, by the way, was elected. That was an elected government. So when they attack these institutions, when they attack us, they don't say that this is an attack on African people's right to self-determination and creating an independent African political economy, anti-colonial economy. They say it's an attack against the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. And I just think it's really important for us to clarify that, to keep clear on that. It's an attack on African self-determination, African people ourselves, to be able to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. It's a fight against colonialism. It's a negation of colonial power over the lives of Black people, not me, not people in the Uhuru movement, not Penny Hess and Jesse Neville. It's an attack on the African people's right to be free. That's what the assault is about. And I think it's really clear, and that's what going to November 2nd to this Black mobilization, Black People's March on the White House, and that's what December 16th is about, why we have to be there. It's clear that this is an attack on Black people, on the African people's right to be free, have a self-determining economy. I mean, they tell you that they call it a food desert. They brag about that. This white woman that you just saw there saying that Black people can't handle this. You can't afford pancakes. You can't afford pancakes and what have you. And the fact is, well, they will starve the community because every penny that comes into the community comes in one door and goes out the other door. But if you have economic development in the community, if you have your own institution, money circulates in the community, it hires people, it gives people resources, it creates the damn people who would purchase and buy stuff and build stuff, etc. And even since we've been there, coming at Deputy Chair was, she said, she didn't say all the stuff, but the transformation that's already occurred on West Florida, how people are coming back to the community, people are developing where they wouldn't do it before. In the basketball court, all the persons told us that he wouldn't support the basketball court because Black people just gonna be killing each other out there. And that's the kind of thing that people are saying, and to keep it from happening, but it's happening and it's transforming the community. Businesses are having the courage to start again in the community as a consequence of this work. So I wanted to say that I think it's really important for us to understand that's what's on the attack. It's not just the city. The city of St. Louis and what they do is in response associated with what the government is doing overall. And that's what that white woman there was talking about, that they're Russian agents, et cetera, et cetera. The city didn't come up with their Russian agents, you know, Uhuru.
And I just quickly want to say that I was sent here by the chairman and I was supposed to be here for 1 week. And I want to really acknowledge 4 Feet who let me stay in her house. I was supposed to be in her house for 1 week. And when I saw the conditions here in St. Louis, I called the chairman on the phone. I said, if I leave now, I won't be able to come back for like 3 or 4 years because we have, you know, we have our plans already laid out. And 4 Feet let me sleep. She would not let me sleep on her couch. She gave me her bed for like 3 months. And then when I found a place, she didn't want me to move in the place. Like, I'm not letting you stay here by yourself. So I just really want to commend this comrade who's always been on the forefront of making it happen, you know?
I have a question. Since St. Louis has been a big obstacle, has there been any kind of improvement with the new board? They've got, you know.
Which board?
The alderman.
Oh, no, no, not.
Exact same.
Yes, yes.
This got worse.
Yeah.
In the sense that when we first started, a representative, one of the alderpersons came and told us that if we gave them some money, it would help. And Deputy Chair, she said, I'm gonna see you in TV in handcuffs, you know. And so we didn't do that kind of thing, but they've got,
they cut the wards in half.
Yeah.
There were 28 wards altogether, 28 all the people.
Yeah.
And they cut it down to 14. And I think it really made it worse because they have all these additional wards that they have to do, but they don't have no help, you know. So it's only worse. And to me, they're still the same. Like they still want you to quick pro quo for whatever. They want something for something. I don't care what you're doing. That's what they want something
it's
for their
worse
signature.
in the sense that this is a Democratic Party city. And it is probably one of the better designed, better defined ward politics is really pronounced here, you know, and you have to go up against the neighborhood association, the organization. They're part of the organization of the Democratic Party. Democratic Party's got it established. You say you're going to run somebody for office, you got to go through the Democratic Party. If you don't, they will fight you tooth and nail. Any chance, any change, any improvement disrupts the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is just an ossified kind of entity that does things the same way over and over again, that extracts value from our community. They took 2,000 acres of land from the African community in North St. Louis for a spy satellite station. And they created what they call this land bank. The first land bank in the country was here in St. Louis, created in 1972. The same year, they created what they call Team 4 Plan. The Team 4 Plan was created by the Rand Corporation. It was designed to do what they call benign neglect for the African community. It was nothing benign about it. The objective was to crush this African community. They shut down hospitals, they shut down schools on a regular basis in the African community as a part of a plan. And then with the land bank, that's supposed to be dealing with what they call, how do they characterize this thing? Blight. With the land bank, what they would take property from African people who were behind on taxes, or, you know, you had code enforcement. You have these old African women whose husbands died. They ain't got no money. They ain't got no resources to make code, to deal with the code stuff. So take all of this property from the people. The city of St. Louis is the biggest property owner in the city.
Yes.
And so they own all of this property. And then they turn the property over hundreds and sometimes thousands of lots at a time to what they call investors. And these are white corporations for the most part, except for those Africans who are in this cozy relationships with people who steal a lot of resources. That's what we're dealing with, Uhuru. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say some of the comments also, Janet Capron from California, astounding, beyond wildest dreams. I am floored. Yes, and so Anne from Ecuador said salute Deputy Chair, Black Power Blueprint. You know, just powerful. And people are really excited to see this.
But what must be understood is this: unity with the struggle against colonialism means that white people would support these institutions too. It's a part of the struggle against colonialism.
Yes.
And so, I mean, if I have to go all the way to South St. Louis to get a damn sandwich, or to get a vegan food, and white people can bring their asses here and support the economic work that's happening with African people to negate colonialism. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. That's part of the work. And that's part of the attack that's made on us because we are breaking down those kinds of barriers that keep people from being able to work voluntarily with purpose with each other.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Let's give a round of applause for Deputy Chair. And I want to join Anne in Ecuador and Comrade Janet, everybody just expressing how incredible and yes, astounding this presentation was. And we're about to go into the section of the program where everybody has the opportunity to actually make a material contribution of reparations to the work that Deputy Chair just presented to us. We wanted to see Chairwoman Penny, if you wanted to make any brief statement before we go, or
Just, this has been powerful. I
Yes.
unite with the comment. Very powerful. Just really, I'm honored to be under the leadership of the Office of Deputy Chair and Chairman Omali Shatella, and also Chairman, that was a powerful presentation that you made as well.
Yes.
And it was, as always, really want to express unity with that.
I never heard a word about it.
Yeah, I unite with.
Uhuru. All right, so now I'm going to turn it back over to Comrade Len, and we're also going to be joined by the coordinator of the Reparations Legacy Project, Kara Locke, out in Oakland, and a few other very special comrades who will be joining us for this really important part of the program. This is reparations in action that we are about to do. So, Uhuru Len.
Right, Uhuru. Thank you, Chair Gypsy. And yeah, this has really just been incredible today. Yeah, I mean, I've been a part of this organization now for over 3 years, and I still feel like even after today, like just my understanding and my commitment is just deepened. So I just really appreciate the both of you, Chairman. All right, so like Jesse said, this is reparations in action. You know, we're here today for this amazing presentation, but also to take action. And this is about building a new world brick by brick, like Deputy Chair says. And so my name is Len again. You know, I was up here earlier, and I just want to salute all the incredible presentations that we've had the honor to be a part of today. And I want to salute all of you in the room and on the Zoom and social media who are participating in this conference. And you know, and this conference is calling for reparations to African people. So comrades, today, you know, like we said, we're going to raise at least $25,000 today in the next few minutes. So get ready. And I know that we can do this, and this is part, you know, of the program where all of you are participating in forwarding the anti-colonial work of the African People's Socialist Party. And what you've seen so far today is was very obvious to the jury, you know, in the trial against the Uhuru 3, which is that the Uhuru movement works for Black people and not Russia. And I will be joined, like Chair Jesse said, in this section with Comrade Kara. So Uhuru, Comrade Kara, come on up. Oh, she's good. Okay, good. All right. Uhuru, Kara. So yeah, I just want to say, so for those of you in the room in St. Louis, you will receive a pledge card that Stephanie is handing out to everybody. And please fill that pledge card out, and then you can return it back to Stephanie, who will be collecting it. And for those of you watching online, while Kara's talking, you can go to uhurusolidarity.org, click that big pay reparations button, or you can make a pledge in the chat where you are, or you can even email info@uhurusolidarity.org. You can also make out a check, and checks can be made out to Uhuru, 2654 Gravois Ave, St. Louis, Missouri, 63118. Uhuru, Kara.
Uhuru Len, thank you. Uhuru. I am so excited to be here, and I am with you. I salute this profound program, all of the speakers, and of course, our chairman, Omali Yeshitela, for his amazing presentation and really giving us the truth and the solution through African internationalism. I am so inspired by this concrete work of the party under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela. What an amazing presentation. This work is really what shows the future and what the future will be like when African people are free and self-determining. And that really is the future that I want to fight for. I am really honored to be part of this segment too, because by paying reparations, we are giving a revolutionary salute to the Uhuru Three. And as the chairman was saying, this is a way to actually negate colonialism. So what you're seeing on the screen in front of you is a picture of courage. And as we know, the FBI and the US government have been attacking this movement. And the reason, of course, is because of what you just heard from DC Ona. It's because of those transformative programs of dual and contending power. And the Uhuru Three, Omali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and Chair Jesse Neville, they have literally dedicated their lives to overturning the colonial mode of production. And this is a stance that really just needs to be emulated by all of us, even in the face of US government repression and the threat of years in prison. Next slide.
Uhuru, thanks, Kara. Yeah, and I just really want to salute the chairman and the Uhuru Three. And in honor of the Uhuru Three, we are presenting the brand new, you heard it here first, the Uhuru Three USM membership level of $25,000 a year. All right. And what we're going to be doing today is together contributing $25,000 to the anti-colonial strategy of the Uhuru movement. And this is how we as white people can take an active stand of reparations in action by going to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations to contribute towards our collective pledge today to raise $25,000 for these programs of Black Star Industries. And I know, comrades, that we can do this. So these are the times that we must rise to the challenge of this moment. And I know that I want to fight for the Uhuru Three, and I want to fight for the positive, beautiful world of freedom for humanity that Chairman Omali Yeshitela has fought for every single day for the last over 60 years. And, so I just want to ask in this room and on Zoom, who is with me to do this today? Right.
Guru, I'm with you, comrade. And what you're seeing right here on these slides, these show you the amazing institutions that you're supporting that we just saw from Deputy Chair. The community basketball court, which has transformed the community garden with fresh vegetables, bakery and cafe that is soon to open up. And next slide. And what you can do today is, as Len said, go to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations, or click that big red button that says pay reparations, and know that you are saluting the courageous leadership of our beloved Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Let's show the FBI that they cannot scare us away from this movement. When you donate today, you are saying you want to be like the chairman.
Uhuru. Yes, so like Kara said, when you go to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations, you're saluting the relentless leadership of Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, who was also attacked by the FBI that morning of July 29th, 2022. And that same morning, like she said earlier, that the African women were getting together to be trained as birth doulas, as part of the many programs that Deputy Chair Ona leads. And so nothing, absolutely nothing can stop that Deputy Chair from building Black Power. And this is the type of life-changing work that we are supporting today when we pay reparations.
Uhuru. Yes, by paying reparations, we are saluting Chairwoman Penny Hess, who since 1976 has worked under the leadership of the party. She's forged ahead with the strategy to win white people to pay reparations and has taken responsibility for centuries of colonialism. No arrest, raid, or threat of imprisonment has stopped Chairwoman Penny from moving forward the struggle for reparations to African people. And again, this is the stance we all strive to emulate. We too can be like Penny Hess. Uhuru to Chairwoman Penny.
Tara, I think Chairman Yeshitela would like to say a few words.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments. I think it's really important. We talked about $25,000, but we could use a lot more. And that's one of the reasons we initiated a legacy program to be able to go for those forces who have a lot of money and don't know what to do with it or doing the wrong things with it. That money needs to come here. And I want to also help us to understand that the resources we're talking about, you've seen all these incredible programs and projects that's in play now, and they represent a really critical aspect of the struggle to negate colonialism. But the fundamental thing is the political question. That the African People's Socialist Party leads this program, leads this event. When we created the African People's Solidarity Committee, 1976, we did it at a time where the African Revolution was still recovering from the assault, the assassinations that had done King, Malcolm X, numbers of Black Panther Party who were put in prison and stuff like that. We built them from the ground up. And our community had been decimated in terms of revolutionary forces, and we had to do that. We trained the Solidarity Forces to have a certain kind of capacity, organization, and how to see the world and things like that at a time when many of the Solidarity Forces didn't even believe in the ability of white people being organized in this fashion. We were attacked by the white left, who said stuff like that they hated this organization or the attempt to build this organization because it's just white lesbians who were working under Black men leadership, or something like white people won't do this because it's working against their own interest to work under the leadership of African people. We did it any damn way. We built an incredible movement, and then we trained because our movement had been decimated. So we still had to have forces to do the work. So we trained the Solidarity Forces that to act as a reserve force to be able, and also a reservoir for having all of these trainings and resources continually available to the Black Revolution of the 1960s. Institutions were built off of that to give us in the party an opportunity to go and do work in the African community that had to be done. That's because that's where the source of the revolution is, right? And so that's where we are now. We got organizations throughout Africa. We got organizations throughout Europe and other places, and we're trying to build in various places in this country. We need African people who are part of this revolutionary organization doing work in every African community in the world. Yes. And so that means that we have to have the resources to make the political work happen like that as well. We say the political and the economic are one. You can't, that all politics is nothing but concentrated economics, but the economics the politics we're working for is the politics of the future that will put economic power in the hands of the African working class that can become the property of the working and oppressed peoples of the world. So that's what we ask you to do. We need $25,000 plus. Yes. Plus, so be as generous as it's possible for you to be and become again this Black power in white faces. And then go to those who got the money and who's sitting on it, hoarding it and what have you, waiting to give it to children who hate them in a damn way, right? and let's get these resources where they need to be. Uhuru.
Yeah, I really appreciate that intervention, Chairman. And some people, some comrades out there heard the call and have already contributed, and I'm just going to go ahead and name them all, and then we can just salute them all. So Chairwoman Penny, who contributed $500. Salute that, yeah. Also, Comrade Janice also contributed $500. Janice. And wow, Leah, Comrade Leah in Minneapolis, $1,500. Wow, it's amazing. And Comrade Ann, who's in Ecuador, with $100. Thank you, Ann, Uhuru. Comrade Mike with $100. Uhuru Mike. We have Comrade Jan, who's here with us today, $100. Uhuru Jan. Salute to you. And let's see. Wow, we have Ann C with $100 and also became a $10 a month sustaining member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And all right. Eric with $100. Uhuru. We have Blaze, Comrade Blaze with $200. All right, Blaze. We have Comrade Zoe with $25. Uhuru Zoe. Wow, I'm losing my voice already. Comrade Walt with $50. Uhuru Walt. Let's see, James R. We have $10. Thank you, James. And we have Rain with $80. Uhuru Rain. Comrade Lisa with $300. Uhuru Lisa. We have Jackie and Eddie, who were just over here a little while ago. They gave $100 yesterday at the march. Comrade Carrie Porter, Uhuru, with $40. Uhuru Carrie. And Comrade Becky, $100. Uhuru Becky. And Comrade Daniel with $200. Daniel's here with us today in the other room on security. Comrade KC with $40. Uhuru KC. And Comrade Paula with $50. Uhuru Paula. Wow. Wait, I just want to say really quick that our total so far from these donations is $4,211.
True. And I'm just going to jump in real quick, and we're going to skip ahead a little bit because this has been such a powerful day so far, and just want to unite with what the chairman was saying in terms of really digging deep, and we have to fight for $25,000 plus. 25 million should be our goal by the time we do this conference, the Reparations Legacy Conference. So I wanted to introduce Mark Anderson, who's going to be speaking to us in just a moment. So I know I'm skipping ahead here, but first, before we do that, we wanted to show some of the give backs that we are offering for people who donate today. And I'm just going to do this. Okay. All right. Please. So first of all, we wanted to show you on around slide 16. Okay, there's a picture of me there. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Okay, so slide 16. So for the people who give $10,000 or more, we will bring you on your very own tour, Reparations Legacy Tour of the Black Power Blueprint, and invite you to have a special dinner with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, and the Uhuru 3.
Wow.
I would love to do that, but I can't do that today. But somebody who can, you can go to uhurusolidarity.org/pay reparations and give $10,000 and have your very own Reparations Legacy Tour of the Black Power Blueprint. So we want to ask in the room or online today, is there anybody who would like to contribute $10,000 to Black Star Industries today? Uhuru. And you can let us know in the chat. You can let us know on your pledge card. You can let us know anonymously, although it won't be anonymous when we take you to dinner. But you can let us know in a variety of ways, and we really encourage people to contribute that $10,000. We also have a very special give back today. This is a one of a kind, and I do have to say somebody already won this because it was going to go to the first person to donate $1,000. That person was Leah Fifield. So Leah will receive this custom one-of-a-kind Unity Through Reparations camo jacket. And I know Leah will wear this jacket with revolutionary style. So her Leah. So in honor of the Palestinian resistance, which is a front of the anti-colonial struggle in which African people are also fighting and leading the struggle against colonialism. For everyone who gives $1,000 today, you will receive this beautiful wall art of Palestine showing the names of the towns that the Zionists targeted for expulsion and death during what's known as the Nakba. So this is for everyone. You will receive this if you give $1,000 today. So some people have already done that and they will be receiving that. But we want to ask if there's anybody who would like to give $1,000 today online or in the room towards reparations for Black Star Industries. We have a hand in the back. Comrade Maureen. And I do want to say that Comrade Amanda and I will be contributing $1,000 today. Is there anybody that would like to match Amanda, myself, and Maureen in giving $1,000 to Black Star Industries today? All right, so we'll announce those as they come in. We also want to say that for $500, every contribution of $500, you will receive a beautiful print of the original artwork by Indigenous political prisoner, freedom fighter, Leonard Peltier. And this is a way that is also supporting the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Defense Committee, who are profound friends and members of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. So in solidarity with the demand for free Leonard Peltier, not one more year, victory to the Indigenous people, is there anybody that would like to contribute $500 towards today's goal? Well, we have Chairwoman Penny Hess who contributed $500. So let's give this up. Salute to Chairwoman Penny.
I would also like to. Anya.
Was that,
Do you
was
hear
that,
me?
There's Karen.
who is that? I'm sorry.
Anya.
Anya, Anya Fisher, here in St. Louis. Wow, that is amazing. And we'll be hearing from Anya in just a few minutes because she is just an incredible embodiment of building the culture of reparations to African people. We're going to hear from Anya again in a few minutes. But Anya has spoken. $500 reparations for Black Star Industries. Uhuru, Anya.
Uhuru.
Oh, I just want to say it looks like Comrade Johan also $500.
Wow, wow. So as people are continuing to contribute and Amanda is furiously calculating all the donations that are coming in, I will now be honored to introduce our next speaker, and then I will sit down for the rest of the appeal.
Okay.
Possibly. So this next speaker is such a beloved, amazing stalwart of solidarity, principled solidarity in every way possible, including material solidarity, including the stance that the Reparations Legacy Project will be working to project to the world. This comrade who has been a part of this movement for decades, and I think the slide shows that we talk about the history of the walk against genocide. Mark Anderson has been on this walk against genocide for 40 years, taking the stand of solidarity with the African liberation movement. So we love Comrade Mark. We appreciate him immensely, and we are so excited and honored to be able to bring onto the screen now joining us live, Comrade Mark Anderson. Uhuru.
Uhuru, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So yes, as you can see from that photograph, I first came in contact with the Uhuru movement when only black and white photography existed. I was a grad student at Berkeley. I came out there with the naive expectation that, oh, you know, where the free speech movement was founded, it's going to be a political hotbed. And boy, was I disappointed. You know, you know, at that time with the white left, the two dominant topics were anti-apartheid and anti-nuke. And that was about it. And I was flummoxed. I didn't understand that. And I didn't until I came into contact with the Uhuru movement, because I was living in North Oakland. And then I came to understand that this is the aftermath of the military defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s, which is the impetus actually for the white left. And when that impetus disappeared, look how far they fell apart. And I was just, you know, amazed to see and find the Uhuru movement there in Oakland. I felt lucky then, and I continue to feel lucky now. And I joined up. I worked under the leadership of Chairwoman Penny on Walk Against Genocide. I worked on a few of the different institutions, worked on the Burning Spear. And definitely, I didn't work for, but I definitely engaged with the Uhuru Bakery Cafe, which we all missed from that period, and we all were looking forward to it coming back. And as you've seen from the presentation of Deputy Onazine, the building of these institutions has been so impressive and tactically and strategically so important. The thing that always impresses me is the way, with the leadership of the movement, they represent a counteroffensive to the state, and on so many dimensions. So their existence alone makes a statement, you know, so that, like, the doula program makes a statement about health. The African Independent Workforce program makes statements and sets forth a certain statement about, you know, the prisons. They build an economic institution. They address a need that's actually in the community. And of course, in many cases, they establish a locus for recruitment into the movement. So they attack on so many fronts. As an aside, I think you heard that one of the benefits of giving a donation of a certain size is you'll get a custom tour from Deputy Chair Onazine, and I was fortunate enough to receive one of those, and those are eye-opening. I don't know if she plays poker, but let me say she would be brutal, because as much as she's disclosed here in the slides and stuff, she's got even more, but she keeps her cards close, even if she's got a trump, and then it's only at the appropriate time. So if you got one of those private tours, you would be privy to the plans that are even coming down towards down the road. So in these, you know, 40 years or so that I've been involved, you know, the political stance, the incredible degree of organization, the incredible integrity has always been so impressive to me. And I've done, you know, all I can to support the movement financially and with my time and skills. And I urge everyone else to do the same. And today I will be committing $1,000 to the fundraiser. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Comrade Mark. Really salute you and your long time commitment of reparations to, you know, to African self-determination. I didn't know if he was still on there. No, okay. All right. So I guess a lot of people are hearing the call that that Comrade Mark just made, and donations are flooding in. And I'm just going to take a moment. Well, actually, Carrie, you want to read some of the donations?
Yes, absolutely. So many donations just came in just in that little bit of time. So we want to give a shout out and a salute to Lauren, $100. Kitty, $250. Janet pledged $60.
All right. Janet.
Sophia, $10.
Right. Yeah.
John or Jan, $250 on top of her $100 donation.
Wow, all right.
Awesome. And Maureen, $1,000.
Yes.
Yes, and there's more. Indigo, $20. And he's also become a 30-month sustainer.
All right.
Brendan, $200. Johan, $500.
Yes, Johan.
Diane, $100.
All right. Hey, Diane.
Amanda and Jesse, as they said, $1,000. And Anya, as she had just said, $500.
All right.
Yes. Our new total is 8,231, but it's actually gone up. Should I continue reading or?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Because there are so many. $50 from Jamie and $50 from Sarah. Or okay, Ruby, $400.
400. Right?
Dylan, $50. Valerie Henson, $15. Carol, $5. SG Alley, $300.
Right.
John, $40. Bofi, $20. Opa, who I believe is there, $50. And Stephanie, $200. James, we still got more. James, $100. Janine, $60. And Peter, $100. Our new total, $9,571.
All right. Wow. Great. Yeah, I just really want to salute all of these comrades, and wow, yeah, just Comrade Ruby, $400, Comrade Secretary General Ali, $300. I mean, Stephanie, the APSC comrades are really just, so exemplary. I really salute all of you, and everybody that is contributing any amount is incredible. Your stand of solidarity with, reparations and African self-determination and overturning this system is just so inspiring. Really, really inspiring. Yeah, I'm gonna actually put in $200 as well. So yeah. All right, so let's see here. Oh, Kara, this is back to you now.
Yes, I get to talk about the Reparations Legacy Project again.
All right.
And before we go on, I do want to say that I will be pledging $100 today.
So will Janet, actually. Janet on the West Coast in Tacoma.
Right. Yes, this is so inspiring. And as I mentioned earlier, I am the coordinator of the Reparations Legacy Project, which we will be relaunching full force in 2025. And what the Reparations Legacy Project calls on is for all of us to decide, what will our legacy actually be? Do not feel limited by our goal today of 25,000, because the Uhuru Movement's plans for the future are ambitious, and every dollar we are returning as reparations makes such a profound impact. If you have access to wealth and would like to make a larger contribution to the Uhuru Movement's reparations work, you can email us at info@uhurusolidarity.org and set up a meeting. We will set up a meeting to discuss the next steps. Uhuru, back to you, Len. Or no, I lied, it's back to me.
Back to you, Kara.
So before we move on, I do want to salute a comrade, our comrade Sarah's British Spa, who you see in this picture. She is in Minneapolis, and many of you know that she is our national secretary and our N2U volunteer coordinator, and just such a dynamic organizer, because she has not only won over strangers, she has won so many friends and family to be part of this movement. And as Jessie had mentioned earlier, she and her family are mourning the recent loss of her uncle, who she had recruited to become a reparations legacy donor. So we just want to express our love and condolences to Comrade Sarah from all of us at Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We love and appreciate you immensely. Uhuru, Sarah.
Uhuru, Sarah. Uhuru, thank you. Thank you, Kara. Yeah, and just really salute Sarah. And, the comrades in Minneapolis are just amazing people. And also in Minneapolis is Comrade Leah. And I really want to just give a huge revolutionary shout out and salute to Comrade Leah. Leah is one, if not the top fundraiser of USM. in so many ways. You know, Leah's work is a massage therapist, and she has won some of her regular clients to become donors of the amazing programs of the Black Power Blueprint. And she regularly, you know, gives thousands of dollars monthly to these programs because of the amazing, you know, commitment that she's won her clients to have. And you know, that's what we're calling on everybody to do. You know, you may not have wealth yourself, but you have access to wealth. So find those people, reach out to your friends, reach out to your family. Comrade Leah is also an amazing grant writer and researcher for the Reparations Legacy Project, and has just worked on so many grants. And she also coordinates, these reparations treatments in Minneapolis. And she's already raised $6,596 from those supporters towards the event pledge. And this is on top of the $1,000 that Leah just gave personally. $1,500 now, that Leah gave personally. So just really salute you on your tremendous, inspiring stand of material solidarity. Be like Leah. Uhuru.
Like Leah.
Be like Leah. So, and we can't go any further, of course, without saluting our amazing comrades, Wendy, Kara, Janine, and Redbeard, and our other San Francisco Bay Area comrades. Many of them in Oakland have moved to St. Louis to help build the party's headquarters here, but due to their tenacity and drive, Wendy, Kara, Janine, and Redbeard, and other comrades in that San Francisco Bay Area have kept the Solidarity Movement alive and strong in the region, and they just wrapped up that incredible yard sale fundraiser that raised $1,070 towards the Days of Reparations pledge on the West Coast. So let's give it up for our San Francisco comrades.
Uhuru, yes. So, in keeping reparations going strong in the Western region, we also have the amazing group of comrades in Puget Sound, Washington. And I would love to give a huge salute to Janet, Peter, Mads, Sandy, Isadora, and others who just recently held a reparations dinner fundraiser that raised $386 towards our West Region pledge. Salute to our comrades in Puget Sound. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Amazing. Yeah, some really great ideas.
Yes. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, the calculator is calculating.
I can hear the clicking.
All right, but I'll continue on in the moment. So we also want to give a really special shout out again to our comrade Paul Kessler, who's in Spokane, Washington, and he's been an integral part of this movement for decades. And in the 1980s, Paul built the beautiful state-of-the-art display cabinets for the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe in Oakland. And like I said earlier, this year he came to St. Louis over the summer, and he did it again. And he constructed a gorgeous display cabinets for the upcoming bakery here in St. Louis. And he's also a regular fundraiser for the Uhuru movement. He performs music at farmers markets, and he contributes all of his donations to the work of the party. And Paul has contributed $230 to this pledge just today. So Uhuru to our beloved comrade Paul. And I want to take a moment here and shout out some more people who have answered the call for unity with reparations. And that would be Joel with $200, Raya with $200, Robert with $50, Redbeard $500, Uhuru, Wendy with $750, Ron $100. Wow. So, and Kara's $100 as well. And with those comrades, the total is, wow, $21,103. We're almost there. That's amazing. So I just want to say that there are some other ways that you can also contribute reparations, and you might not have one whole big lump sum right now, but you could still become a card-carrying, reparations-paying member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which we are doing today. And when you join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, you make a commitment to work under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and win more and more white people to take the stand and to fight for a world free from oppression. And when you become a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, you're saying no more genocide in my name. And this is more than just marching for for one day and then going home. This is part of the long view. And when you see the world from the perspective of the colonized working class, you can see the future. And we must be organized, and we must be under the leadership of the African working class. So you can make a contribution today and be a monthly sustainer, which makes reparations an integral part of your budget, and where you can pay reparations automatically every single month to support these institutions and this revolutionary demand. And just a reminder here to fill out your pledge cards. I think that's a different slide there. Interesting.
Let's put Anya on that.
Okay. All right. So anyway, we are going to go ahead and go to Comrade Anya. I don't know who's doing the slides, but if you could put on slide 29, that would be great. And I'm going to call up Jesse.
No, Anya can go first.
Okay, Anya's going to go first. All right. Uhuru Comrade Anya, amazing comrade who held a great fundraiser earlier in the year, and is an amazing reparations fundraiser here in St. Louis. Uhuru Comrade Anya. Uhuru.
Uhuru to you. Thank you so much for having me. I had a lot of thoughts coming into today and a lot of feelings as well. And since Jesse's just going to give me the floor, I will say some of the things that I've noticed over the years of working alongside the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Black Power Blueprint, African People's Education and Defense Fund, is that I've always been welcomed and invited to be creative, to share whatever unique gifts or talents I had. And I felt very motivated to join based on one flyer. So when we talk about there's so many ways to get to be a part of and contribute to reparations, I really feel there are through time. I was found through a flyer that spoke to me. And after that, I had a phone call from someone that was working with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. So it felt very person to person. And ever since then, it has been just continuously community building and community oriented, which has been very important for me to not only feel a part of being included in this amazing movement, but to feel that I also had the power to then continue to create community and bring this necessary, not just important, but absolutely necessary mission and goal to create a more equitable and honest world. Through the impacts of colonialism, I think part of the biggest lie is that we're separate and that there has to be this difference that holds us apart. And ever since I've been working with the movement, I've felt that that is one of the biggest lies, is the psychological lie that we can't make a better life together. So speaking of together, I couldn't have done the benefit that I did without directly going right to Jesse. And part of the coalition building and the support that I was shown really has only motivated me. And I think it became very contagious. There were people that were involved from all different walks of life, all ages, all ethnicities, races. And it really demonstrated to me that there is no limit on the opportunity and power that you can bring to the movement. I'm totally off my notes. I have so many. I felt it was very important. I felt very inspired to work specifically with Ona Zane, to meet her in general, but to also learn about the Uhuru Wakulea Center, the doula. That was a very important motivator for me, because to think of generational oppression and to think of unearned generational wealth and being able to step up and break that cycle in the birth cycle, in the the moment of creation for people to know that we are in solidarity together from the moment of creation, and to nurture life from the beginning through someone's life, to be a part of improving health outcomes at all stages of life was very inspiring to me. And can everyone hear me? Am I online?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm on it. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, just in case. So yeah, I guess the message that I have is that it has come from very, very personal places in my life and my heart to be involved. And it has been a thread throughout my life that I feel will continue to be in my life forever. And I hold that very sacredly, and I hold that as an honor. I think reparations is an absolutely beautiful as well as necessary involvement in my humanity. And as I even look around my home, I see, you know, the flyer that we created. I see, you know, artwork that I've made in order to raffle. I mean, there's no limit to what we can do as far as supporting reparations through our lives, and that's my message.
Thank you so much, Comrade Anya, for your statement and for your work in the world to build reparations to African people. We're going to have to close out this section of the program, but first I just wanted to thank Chairman Omali Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, who put in $1,000. So that brings us to
22,103.
Wow.
22,103. Very close to 25,000. Everybody should continue going to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations. But, comrades, I have an announcement. And I heard Mark put forward Deputy Chair's, how Deputy Chair could have been an excellent, or probably is, an excellent poker player. So I found out about this about 5 minutes ago, and I was trying to be like Deputy Chair with the best poker face I could muster, not showing any excitement as I was sitting there. But now I can reveal that we found out that this appeal, this presentation from Deputy Chair, the words of Chairman Omali Shatella, the fight of the African People's Socialist Party to free the world from the colonial mode of production, inspired an anonymous donor to contribute not 1,000, not 2,000, I'm not going to do all the numbers, not 5,000, not 10,000, not 15,000, not 20,000. We have our first Uhuru 3 level member. I mean, there's not much more I can say because this donor is anonymous. But I do want to salute this incredible, powerful, profound stand of genuine material solidarity with the African Revolution, the anti-colonial struggle, recognizing that this struggle is our future, is our life, is our liberation. That's what that means. That's not charity. That's saying, this is the world I want to be a part of. And that is what this anonymous donor just demonstrated.
The number they were curious.
Seriously, they really were. Not 1,000. No, I won't do it again. $25,000 from our anonymous donor. So, so my math is not as good, anywhere near as good as Amanda's, but I think that is how much? $47,103. So that is just 2,097. No, it's not. How much? Away from 50? 1,990.
No. 2,897.
2,897 to our new goal of $50,000. You can go to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations. I can't even talk. Yeah, yes. So this is so exciting, comrades. And again, this is just the beginning. The Reparations Legacy Project is the way forward. So the chairman said $25,000 plus, and you did it. Wow. I'm speechless. That's amazing. I mean, I think, go ahead, Kara. It looks like you're next.
Uhuru, am I up? Right now. Sorry. Wow. Yeah, I'm like, what? What's happening? Okay. So, wow. I just thank you to all of you, everyone who has donated it today. And we salute you for your stance of reparations, because that is exactly what it is. Uhuru.
Yeah. And, yeah.
I just really want to, anonymous. Uhuru, I really just appreciate this workshop, all the work by Comrade Len and Jesse and Amanda, the stand of reparations, very inspiring that we can do this in the world and win this. I want to say that, first of all, Anonymous, I really appreciate you and whoever else that involves. And that is powerful. I also don't want the incredible thing that Comrade Anya did to get sort of lost in this moment, because I do want to say what Anya did was outstanding. She created an entire production of dancers, singers, people, tight ropes and all this stuff. And it was a beautiful, beautiful production. And it was a very good fundraiser. Yeah, she did an auction. That was just the genius that is unleashed in us from joining in solidarity with the African victory, the African liberation movement. It is there. It unleashes the best in us, and it enables us to have a principled stand in relationship to African people and people on planet Earth. So I want to salute all of you, and this has been powerful. I know we're going to raise that rest of the 897. Thank you, Amanda.
You are winning.
Uhuru. I like you too, Anonymous. I just think it's extremely important. I was a few minutes ago, before, as this meeting was beginning, I was in a webinar where African people were dealing with the questions of repression and fascism, as they characterized it, and how to respond to that. And it was an interesting meeting for me because, as you know, we don't ascribe to the notion that this fascism, this thing that represents an aberration of how the system works, as what our focus should be. The system oppresses African people. It's not unusual. It's not an aberration. It's a continuum. And, you know, the struggle against colonialism is the fundamental question. And then for you, comrades, the work that you do is so important. And it is the way that you work against the repression that they seem to be struggling for to understand. That to have white people in 140 cities or so that's doing work all the time around reparations, against genocide. And then those are just the people in our movement. But the other people who we've connected with and who've become a part of the trajectory that we created represent that as well. And so I think that part of what we have to do is also be aware that every time the system goes into a state of crisis, a lot of folk would divert us from the struggle against colonialism. a lot of the organization, particularly the white left, they don't want to make the struggle against colonialism. And you've seen some of the white people who love us, like the PSL, I think it's called, and the answer question that will do what they can to attack the struggle against colonialism. It's not different from anything that Kamala is doing, except it's more obvious and more excessive immediately when you look at what's happening, like in Palestine. But that's the thing, to keep the struggle from really dealing with the underpinning of the social system itself. And that's what this is. That's what we do. And I want to say that I think it's really important that moving forward, politically, part of what we're going to have to contend with is this ongoing attempt to undermine the struggle against colonialism. And so what you should be fighting against is not colonialism, but fascism. But fascism itself was created in 1915? Mussolini came up with the concept of fascism in 1915. 1915, that was the very year that England created this thing they call Nigeria. 1915, that was the period of Marcus Garvey making an extremely important movement and waves to help change the world and things like that. This whole notion that somehow our oppression is related to a crisis that happened on the pedestal of our oppression that they call fascism is wrong, and it takes us off point. And you look at the struggle against fascism, the French were characterized and sort of recognized as the critical forces during the Second Imperialist War against fascism. That's where you see the image of the beret-wearing, courageous, anti-fascist forces in France, subsequent to fighting the Nazis and what have you. But at the same time, they were fighting Nazis, those who actually did it. Much of it was BS, in the sense that you had, a whole sector of the French population that worked with the Nazis there. But at the same time, this was happening. France was beheading African people in Algeria. France controlled much of Africa itself, in addition to northern Africa and other places around the world. French are still being fought as we have this discussion in certain areas of the Caribbean and French Guyana and things like that. So the colonial question is the fundamental question, and we should not be diverted from that, because now when the French were, quote unquote, I guess, victorious against the Nazis and what have you, it didn't change the conditions of people in Vietnam, that France was colonized. It didn't change the condition of any of the people who were colonized, who were upholding this. And that's why we have to be clear. That's why you are so important. That's why you are so important. And this whole attack on the struggle against colonialism that would have us fighting against fascism, the contradiction that exists on the pedestal of our oppression is something that we cannot tolerate. That's part of the struggle that we're involved in. And I want to say that, and also that we have to build the African People's Socialist Party. We do. We have to do that. And a part of building it, we build it directly and we build it indirectly. We build it indirectly through the Solidarity Movement. We build it indirectly through support for the Black is Back Coalition. We build it indirectly through the support of the African National Women's Organization. We build it indirectly through all of the other entities that we've created there who are not necessarily party as such, but a part of the party organization, party influence, et cetera. So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate everything that's happened up to now. And really, again, I like you, Anonymous. And really appreciate it. And how's that? Well, I'm not going to comment on that. Anonymous, we're not going to comment on whether you're coming to the tour, on the tour or not. Anyway, yeah, we look forward to Anonymous being on the tour. And as Comrade Jesse said, that you come on the tour, you won't be anonymous anymore. But I can't say enough to express my appreciation for you. I mean, it's heroic work that you do. It's really heroic work that you do in this era of the unraveling of an oppressive mode of production, oppressive social system, that you are the vanguard, the heroes in this struggle. And I thank you so very much. Uhuru. And the deputy chair. Uhuru. Y'all make our lawyers strong.
Yes.
Yes.
Y'all make our lawyers strong. When our lawyers see these thousands of people are supporting us, it gives them guts to walk into the courtroom. They know they're not walking in there by themselves. When they, on this manifestation, we come up with 1,500 letters and what have you, the lawyers talk shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they know they're not standing by themselves. It's all the people are with the lawyers, and that gives them the courage to go into the courtroom to make the struggle that needs to be made as well. So,
Uhuru. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and kind of. They had to go actually. Yeah. So we're gonna just take a look at the rest of our program. It's been an incredible day so far. So please be back here at 3:35. Uhuru.
We started a program that everybody is so just incredibly excited about, that revolutionary solidarity that we just witnessed, and these economic programs coming to life. So let's salute again that last segment of the program and the anonymous donor and all of the donors. And we'll bring up Penny now for an announcement. Chairwoman Penny.
Uhuru, just really want to salute everyone, and of course, Chairman Omali Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella. Just, it's been wonderful to be here with all of you today. It's all very moving, and I think that we feel this bond of anti-colonial struggle, and Jan, just really wanted to salute you as well. Yes, you. Thank you for being here, comrade. And I just wanted to say that I'm sorry that we weren't able to do the workshop on the genocide of the indigenous people. And I wanted to salute Ward Churchill and Natsu Saito, who are just deep friends of Hands Off Uhuru and the Uhuru movement. For one thing, I think that there is a deep bond there. We knew Ward Churchill from an event that we had in Berkeley, California. We invited him in about 1980 something.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, that was the beginning of knowing Ward Churchill and just what that has meant. I want to say that, when I joined this movement, the chairman and the founding of APSC, the party, I would say, gave each of us who were there that day a huge stack of the burning spears that, had been produced for about 10 years before the founding of APSC. And so I had this big stack of spears, and I would read one every night. I had them, there. And that was really the basis of the political education, the beginning of it, the reinforcement. The chairman was giving us a political education session. Remember that, Chairman, on Haight Street or on wherever that was in San Francisco back in the day. Every Sunday afternoon, we were there, and the chairman would be going into various writings and the question of colonialism. And it was, I think Comrade Alec was there and Maureen was there. Redbeard probably was there.
Yeah.
It was something. Maybe Oprah was there. I don't know, but the old timers, that was really a great experience. And as we developed, and I knew that my responsibility was to speak to other white people and to tell us, first of all, what our responsibility is, what the crimes are that we committed, because we can't just say, can't we all get along? And then skip over that there is a deep level of looking at what white people have done and take responsibility for it. So one of the things that was incredibly important for me in being able to talk about white people's role in the genocide of the indigenous people were the books of Ward Churchill. And it was very important. And this is one that was very important, called A Little Matter of Genocide. And you can see it's a very giant book. And he really goes into the question, to the history, and documents it. And so I just appreciate, and that's one of many, he's written many books. He's also written books, which I do have, on COINTELPRO and on the counterinsurgency war against the African Liberation Movement and the American Indian Movement, which is still experienced today. And I wanted to show, I don't know if Lisa has it or whoever is, I don't know who's doing this, but I did want to show the picture. I sent it to Lisa of the party speaking, Biko Lumumba speaking at a Leonard Peltier rally in about 1984. Lisa, do you have that?
Is Lisa still on?
They're trying.
I emailed it. I emailed it this morning, but anyway, I should have given her a little heads up that I was gonna do that now. But I did want to say that, the whole relationship of the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and the indigenous people and the Palestinian people goes back to the earliest days of my experience in being APSC. Yeah, this is San Francisco. I think it's the steps of the courthouse in San Francisco. That is Biko Lumumba speaking there, who's Jainaba's father, and who is no longer with us, but who was a powerful leader of the African People's Socialist Party. Also, I'd have to point it out, but Sid Welch, who we worked with from the American Indian Movement, is in that picture. And I remember, what was his name, from Wendell from KPFA, who we always knew. And, just really, really powerful to see that history. I think Comrade Raya sent me this and a few other pictures. I think it might have been, but I'm not sure because I don't have a date on that. I'm just guessing by who was there. But that's the party. You can go all the way back. There's nothing that the party does now that it didn't do then. And it was with being in the Bay Area, we were in the thick of everything that was there. And again, the relationship and the commitment, to Leonard Peltier then, was, and he's still in prison now. To think about that, to the entire time that I have been in the movement, almost 50 years, Leonard Peltier has been held as a captive in this horrible dungeon of colonial prison. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, and I know we're going to go on to our next workshop now, but this has been a powerful day. We are winning. There's 50 years behind us right now or more, in the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. I am proud to be under the leadership of the party and be on the winning side. This is a movement of hope and optimism and victory, because we can see and understand the world as it really is and know that the people on the planet Earth and African people are winning and kicking the ass of the ruling class, and it feels really good.
Thank you, Chairwoman Penny. I'd just like to add too that Ward and Natsu wrote powerful letters of support for all of the Uhuru Three, and we look forward to hearing from them again soon. And right now we have the fortune to hear another revolutionary poem from Folk Beat. Welcome back, Folk Beat.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
Ooh, I want to say this has been an amazing weekend. Uhuru Solidarity. Uhuru. The first piece I want to do is called Omali Yeshitela. We call him Izweletu, Africa. He is the keeper of African truth and freedom. Placed between his ears sit the voice of the ancestors' tears, and the future hopes. Grandma taught him to read from stories in the Bible. He learned young of life's conditions, feeding him step-by-step instruction seeds that rooted before he understood life. He was life. Fighter of freedom. They knew we would need him. Leading with his heart, started, then smart, wiser than his years. Holding on to the gift of revolution, knowing it is the only solution. Not one day has his journey been easy, yet he guides through his guide through it look easy breezy. Moving The African masses lift him up. Stubborn and opinionated makes him tough. When he speaks, he is right, on point. He reads everything in sight. He deals in facts. To gift us with knowledge for our improvement is the full purpose of this movement. Freedom pushes him on. Truth is his song. He leads with science to bring liberation, teaching us to govern our African nation. Leaving no African behind who's in the same frame of mind. This revolution is alive and true. Don't let us leave without you. Maybe not tomorrow or the next day. Freedom, Uhuru, Usasa. We call him Izwe Letu, E Africa, Omali Yeshitela. And in conjunction with that, this is called Uhuru Backbone. In case you haven't noticed, the world is organized like the human body, scientific facts. The main function of the backbone houses the spine. It is to protect structural support, is the structural support for the body by keeping it upright, protecting the spinal cord and allowing for movement and flexibility through its connection, the vertebrae and disc. The primary function of the spinal cord is to transmit motor commands from the brain to the body and relay sensory information from the body to the brain, essentially acting as the communication pathway between the central nervous system and the rest of the body. It also coordinates reflexes. The main function of the vertebrae is to protect the spinal cord by forming a bony column around it, which also providing structural support for the body and enabling movement through their stacked arrangements, essentially acting as a central support structure of the body. The main function of the vertebrae disc system is to act as a shock absorber, cushioning the spine by providing flexibility and separating the vertebrae, which support the body's weight during movement, like walking, running, and jumping, essentially allowing for spinal movements while protecting the spinal cord by distributing pressure evenly across the vertebrae. Now, why am I giving you the definition of the human backbone, spinal cord, vertebrae, and vertebrae disc? The African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement is the backbone of the African people. Our brain is chairman, Omali Yeshitela, and the spinal cord is Deputy Onizine Yeshitela. The backbone that support, protect, help transmit, and enables movement according to the direction of the brain is our own architect of the Black Power Blueprint, Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. We all a unit of important organizations, but the Black Power Blueprint is the structure of the flow of economic development that helps to support, protect, and direct our work as seen by our brain organizer, the Central Committee members, by Chairman O'Malley. Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela is his backbone. Not an easy job, but she carries it out very well. Uhuru Sasa. That's the Uhuru backbone.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Kofi. I just want to say that was very powerful. I like that description of the party and the organizations. And again, salute to DC Ona and Chairman. Yeah. So now we're gonna have a panel. Well, first I also want to say hands off Uhuru and no more genocide in our community. And we're gonna have a panel on the Uhuru 3 hosted by our comrade here, Jan Wan, who attended the trial.
Uhuru Jan.
I've never been on Zoom before. I've listened to a lot of them. Uhuru. My name is Jan Wan. I live here in St. Louis. I moved here in March. And I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I joined that in March. I will be moderating this panel on the political trial of the Uhuru 3 and the struggle for the anti-colonial free speech. I first learned about the Uhuru 3 on Democracy Now! A couple of years ago. Amy Goodman interviewed Chairman Omali Yeshiteli about the FBI raids, and I remembered that. I remembered that was not okay. 2 years later, I moved to St. Louis. My kids wanted me to move here so I would be safe. And I promptly attended a pro-Palestine rally where I met Ruby and signed up with the Uhuru movement. There I met, sorry, I can't read my own writing, a Uhuru member, and was invited to the national convention, which was the following week. And I did drive down from Iowa to attend the second day of the convention, because I couldn't hear it on Zoom. I had to meet these people. And so here I am. And then I heard about the federal trial in Florida and a rally in August in St. Pete, which seemed completely undoable, and the court trial in Tampa on September 3rd. And I said, I have to go see this trial. I was called to be at that trial. Everything about it said that was something I needed to hear. The government defending itself, indeed. So we will be hearing from the Uhuru 3 on this panel, but first we will show video about the raids on the Uhuru movement on July 29th, 2022.
This is the FBI. You have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for...
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out. Something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Need a breach? What do you need? Need one. I don't know. Let's hold that money. Don't take it.
will build a movement of white people that says hands
Yes.
off the Uhuru
Yes.
movement.
They see the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
So next we'll have one of the Uhuru Three, chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess, to give a political overview on the significance of this case and the fight back. Penny Hess.
I thought we said you were.
Oh, we can do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right, well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Uhuru. Let's give it up for Jan. All right, and we'll be hearing from Chairwoman Penny and Chairman Omali Shatella in just a few minutes, but I'm honored to be a part of this panel and to discuss the significance of the Uhuru Three. And my particular component of this panel was to talk about the legal aspects of the case. And I wanted to just say a few things to frame that discussion. First is that we were looking at recently a thesis that was written about the chairman's legal battle in the 1960s after he courageously tore down the white nationalist mural that used to hang in City Hall in St. Petersburg, for which he was tried and convicted 3 times, triple jeopardy, between 1966 and 1973, when it finally came to a close. And at one point, the chairman had a lawyer, I think it was Frank Peterman, at one point, who wanted to make a certain kind of argument about what happened in that City Hall and whether or not it constituted larceny or was it just this or that. And the chairman said, no, this is a political trial. This is 1968. The chairman said, this is a political trial. And the lawyer couldn't get with that, so he fired him. The chairman fired the lawyer and assembled a different legal team to take that on. And that was 1968. And in 2022, that was the resounding theme of every speech that the chairman gave, both publicly and privately, to our legal team to understand how this attack had to be taken on, that this was a political trial. These were political charges, and that any effort to look at it purely through a legalistic lens was doomed to fail, that you cannot fight them on their terms. You have to take it on politically. And so that's the first thing I wanted to say. And we're going to talk about the charges that they brought against us, especially, well, both of them really, but we want to talk about the charge that was defeated, which was 18 USC 951, a federal statute that actually has its origins in the Espionage Act, which is an anti-spying law that was created in 1917. The language in Section 951 is almost exactly from a clause in the 1917 Espionage Act. They later turned it into its own law in the 1940s. 1917, as the chairman has always pointed out, is a time period where you had the Russian Revolution, you had the Garvey movement rising up in this country, you had the Mexican Revolution that was going on, you had anti-colonial struggle happening all over the world. And that's the context in which the law was a political crime. Like the chairman said, it wasn't, you can't steal, you can't do this. It had to do with your political stance, your political beliefs, that this law was designed to criminalize. And that's the law that they used against Chairman Omali Shatella and the Uhuru Three. And I just wanted to mention that at some point in this process, the chairman actually called on me to look into, the possibility of going into law school.
which I will be doing, but, you know, to have another fighter in the courts to fight for African people and anti-colonial struggle. But the only reason I mention that is because I have been in law school for almost 15 years now with 100% the greatest anti-colonial revolutionary law professor you will find anywhere, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So I wanted to share with you some of the lessons I have learned under my law professor, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, that I don't think I will be learning once I end up in those classrooms at law school, but which I will attempt to teach the others by bringing them this perspective of the chairman. One, and everyone has heard this quote from the chairman, law is the opinion of the ruling class. What a shattering, simple understanding that just takes the covers off of this seemingly higher than human beings thing called the law. You know, I mean, you go into the courtroom and the judge comes out in his robe like a priest, and everyone has to stand up. And I mean, it's a spectacle that is designed to make the law seem like this omnipotent, powerful, you know, all-encompassing thing that is just there. It's just sort of, it's the law, you know? And the chairman makes it clear, well, who creates the law? The ruling class creates the law, and who enforces the law? The state, as the chairman said earlier. They even call it law enforcement. It's pretty clear. And the second lesson the chairman said is that throughout the world, the law that dominates throughout the world today is colonial law. It is the law, if the law is the opinion of the ruling class whose opinion is expressed in the law we see in the world today is the colonial ruling class. Yeah. That's true of US law. That's true of this law contained in, this is the US Constitution, okay, which as the chairman said, when the words in this book were written, African people were enslaved. And it's even true of international law, which was created by colonial powers, especially after the Second Imperialist War, at a time when, as the chairman pointed out, at the 1982 tribunal, you know, 75% of the world population was still under open colonial domination and had no part in shaping the international law that would then be used to set the guidelines for conduct throughout the world. So that's the second thing. The third thing is, so what do you do? This is the third law school lesson from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. What do you do when you have to go up against a legal structure that is the expression of the most of nuclear weapons? I mean, what backs up their ability to enforce these laws? It's not that the laws are good. It's that they have the guns. Yeah. They have nuclear weapons. They have the US government. They have the Pentagon. So how do you go up against a machine like that when they seem like they have all the power, et cetera? And we're talking about African people going up against that machine. And the chairman said, you make them fight themselves. Yeah. John McCarthy said it yesterday. They convicted themselves. You forced them to confront the fact that they were conspiring against themselves. And that's what the chairman has done, going way back to the very beginning. Even the genocide petition was an example of that. If they're going to say genocide is a crime, then force them to have to look at the genocide faced by African people in this country and make them have to say whether or not that would be considered a crime under the Genocide Convention. And the same thing with the First Amendment. That's what the chairman did. He made them have to fight themselves. And he gave them, as the chairman puts it, he gave them a problem, a political problem, which is that they said there's freedom of speech in this country. The African People's Socialist Party certainly never said that. The US government said there's freedom of speech in this country. They said it's the most important principle in the Bill of Rights is freedom of speech, without which there cannot be a United States democracy. That's their words. So the chairman made them eat those words by saying that they have to defend what they're doing to the Uhuru Three, not in the face of an argument that the African Revolution is good, but in the face of the argument that the First Amendment is supposed to be good, according to what you say. So this is what some of the things that we've learned from working under the leadership of the chairman in this process. And this book right here, The Dialectics of Black Revolution, just want to quote really quick from a section of this that I know Chairman Wasey and President Mazzamella have been really bringing out recently, where the chairman talks about the role of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Revolution in pushing these questions of democracy in the legal arena as a part of pushing back against the counterinsurgency, is to raise up the struggle for national democratic rights for African people. He said, I want to tell you why we're doing this. We are clear that the debate cannot be made with this system about the validity of the struggle for Black power. We're not interested in arguing with a judge or a policeman about whether or not the revolution is good or bad. We have to deepen the crisis for the social system itself. The system at this place in history has a contradiction that on the one hand, it is absolutely necessary for it to repress the African masses, while on the other hand, it is necessary for it to pose as a beacon of democracy. So what we want to do is make them deal with the question of democracy, not the question of revolution. When I go into court, I'm not arguing about whether the Black Revolution is fine. I'm arguing that I have the right to be a revolutionary because they said in their constitution that it's permitted. We're not trying to win judges. We're trying to win the masses. We're not trying to win the state to agree that the revolution is good. We're trying to present it with a contradiction that is inherent in itself. What I want to do is make them deal with democracy. Don't deal with the revolution. We'll handle that. So, those are the words of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So I only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to go through this really quick. But I also wanted to just share some of the understandings that we've been able to learn from the leadership of the chairman about what is happening with this case. And there's some white left groups, white leftists who refer to, because you're seeing a lot of repression, free speech under attack across the board, and there are some white left groups that are saying this is the rise of the new McCarthy era. This is what you're hearing. And this is problematic for a number of reasons. We don't have time to go into the whole history, but what the chairman helps us understand is what they call the McCarthy era. In the 1950s, Senator Joseph McCarthy created a Senate subcommittee called the House Un-American Activities Committee that lasted for at least 15 or 20 years. And during the time it existed, in the 1950s especially, they would drag mostly, a lot of the time, white people, white communists, and even union members and lawyers, and even eventually Hollywood screenwriters would get dragged before the House Un-American Activities Committee. They would ask them, are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Most of the time, they would either plead the fifth or whatever else. And this is supposed to be representative of like the worst expression of like fascist repression and dictatorship, et cetera, in modern American history. And it kind of had its apex with the execution of Ethel and Julius Rosenberg in 1953. It was a young Jewish couple from New York who were convicted for bogus charges of being spies for Russia, and they were put to death in the death penalty. But the thing is, there was no pushback to any of that by the white communist movement. There was no pushback to any of that by white unions. There was no pushback to any of that by white screenwriters and artists and others who were being targeted during that era of repression. What brought a difference? What made a difference? What ruptured that trajectory of open repression of speech and political opinion in this country was not white people, was not white leftists. It was African people. It was, as the chairman says, Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, Rosa Parks, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. This is historical fact. In the 1950s, the first national mobilization in Washington, D.C. during the McCarthy era was not organized by the Communist Party USA. It was not organized by the white unions. It was organized by Ella Baker and Martin Luther King in 1957. Rosa Parks refused to go to the back of the bus in, I think, 1954. During that period, showing a whole different level of courage and willingness to fight for freedom for African people and for all people, completely different from what we saw from the white population during that time. And the chairman has really called on us to understand that this is because it all rests upon the foundation of colonialism. And like the chairman said, I think it was yesterday, if African people have never had these rights to begin with, who else would be the vanguard of the struggle for free speech? And I saw a quote from Fannie Lou Hamer from that time period. She said, when we fight for our people, meaning African people, we fight for all the people. And that is what the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela are doing. Because the system that oppresses all the people rests on the foundation of the oppression of African people. So when African people fight for their people, they fight for all the people. So, so I just want to close by saying that the trial of the Uhuru 3 was from September 3rd through the 12th in Tampa, Florida. That was the month-long trial that they talked about. Like the chairman said, they ran out of ammo. They had 14 FBI agents and paid academic hacks come up and basically provide no evidence of anything other than 50 years of integrity and leadership by the African People's Socialist Party, and the fact that they knowingly lied to the people in this country when they told the world through press releases and press conferences that the chairman had been involved in election interference. They said, actually, there was no evidence of that whatsoever. There was a mixed verdict on the legal front, but there was a major political victory in the sense of beating this 951 foreign agents charge. Because like the chairman said, that charge was meant to delegitimize and discredit the voice of African people by saying that that voice is just a megaphone for Russian interests. And the chairman took that away from them and won the jury and won the people to say, no, African people have their own voice. But we were convicted under this bogus conspiracy charge, which, as the chairman has said, is nothing more than a thought crime. It's beyond even free speech. Obviously, the chairman has never said, I want to be a Russian agent. So the idea that they found him guilty, they found the Uhuru 3 guilty, not of being Russian agents, but of wanting to be conspiring to eventually become a Russian agent. It's not based on the fact that they have any evidence that the Uhuru 3 ever said that. It's based on the fact that they consider the evidence of the things that the chairman has said to be something they could use to try to get into his mind and conclude that in his thoughts, he thought about being a Russian agent. It's completely preposterous, and clearly another cover for the real target of the attack, which is African people fighting for self-determination and having political and economic power. So post-trial motions were filed by our attorneys demanding that this guilty verdict be set aside. And there's a whole list of reasons for that. If anyone was at the trial, you witnessed most of them. And we're going to ask some of the people who were at the trial to say a little bit towards the end of this panel. The prosecutors are expected to object to our post-trial motion sometime in early November. And our sentencing hearing is set for December 16th. And their objective is to put the chairman and the Uhuru 3 in prison for up to 5 years at least. That's what they're trying to do with this case as just the tip of the iceberg of the counterinsurgency. But their larger goal is to silence and destroy the movement for African freedom and terrorize white people from being like Penny Hess and taking the principled stand of solidarity with African people. And on both of those counts, they will not succeed. So as the chairman has always said, the people are everything. Let's intensify our work to win white people to stand with the Uhuru movement, stand with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, demand not one day in prison, free the Uhuru 3. Uhuru.
Okay, I already introduced Penny Hess, so now you really get to hear from her.
I thank you, Jesse, for that powerful presentation. And I just want to say what an honor it has been to have co-defendants that is Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Jesse Neville. Wow. And I want to say that in all of the years that I've been in the Solidarity Movement under the chairman's leadership, there have been so many cases that the party has taken on, and beginning with the mural case, the chairman had to go, how many times? You had triple jeopardy in that. They tried him 3 times for the same thing because, and just so everybody is clear, in 1966, Chairman Omali Yeshitela went into City Hall after a struggle, let me just say, in St. Petersburg, Florida, where this hideous, huge mural was on the wall of saying to African people, you are colonized, basically, like making that clear. And this is a tourist town, and it was hideous. So I know the chairman had worked to have the mayor, a lot of people actually had struggled to take that down, and they wouldn't do that. And the mayor kept saying, oh, Black people should not be so sensitive. I mean, it was just the story out of American history. And so one day the chairman took it in his own hands to go in and tear down, just boom, tore that off the wall and walked down the street. And it was incredible. So the state attempted, and it was much heralded by the African working class in St. Pete and around the world. It was really, really powerful. It was the first act of Black power happening in 1966, and only a few months later in Oakland, members of the Black Panther Party went to Sacramento with their arms armed to go into there and made their statement. But this had been done in I think it was December of 1966. It was a powerful move. And that case, went on for years because of the triple jeopardy. It was tried in city court, circuit court, and state court, and remanded. And then it went to Supreme Court and went to the US Supreme Court. So it was, and you can Google that. You can find Waller, what was it? US versus
Florida.
Yeah, Waller versus Florida. So that was incredible. And I know that the chairman had played a large role in how that was taken on. And as I was saying, in my experience of working under the chairman's leadership for as many years as I have, I've seen the chairman's role in winning Jessie Wood's freedom when she was an African woman who was sentenced to 22 years in a Georgia prison for killing a white man who tried to rape her and her friend. She took his gun and killed him with his gun. And they sentenced her to the 22 years, and the African People's Socialist Party in Chairman O'Malley got her out. She got out and lived in Oakland. And there was Pitts and Lee, death penalty case of Africans in the state of Florida. And even Measure O, which was the housing initiative that the party put on the ballot in 1984, I think it was, had to go to court. I remember that had to go to court. And I remember the chairman talking to all the lawyers that worked on that. And, it's really amazing, powerful leadership because of the understanding that the chairman brings of the colonial question within the law, like Jesse was talking about. And Comrade Jesse has also done an amazing job with the whole legal aspect of this case. And I really, really salute that and appreciate it. And I would just say that, that the colonial law has been used and is used every single day as part of the counterinsurgency against the African working class. And this whole understanding of the arbitrary nature of the law and the way that African workers are framed up to fill the prison systems, and that the conviction rate for African people is way higher than for white people for the same things because of colonialism that exists here. And so law is used as another tool of the counterinsurgency against African people. And it's been done. There's famous cases, the Panther 21 and the Chicago 8, just many cases of this having being taken on. And most of these cases, when they were fought politically, like Afeni Shakur in the Panther 21, they won. And she had to represent herself because the lawyer for the main attorney for the Panthers at that time was Charles Gary, who was pretty, I would say he was a pretty good force. I don't know if Chairman agrees, but I thought that he studied African history, the history of African people in the US. He deferred to Huey Newton's leadership. And from what I can see, I don't know, he seems like that he fought in the right kind of way that we're talking about, like understanding the leadership of the African liberation movement. And but Charles Gary is not here. Lynn Stewart is no longer with us, another very important political attorney. Of course, Kunstler is no longer here. So the lawyers that we had, our attorneys had no understanding of what it meant to be a political legal team. But they became that because I love them. I have to say that. I know that's kind of subjective, but because they were like, what? You know, because they were seen as strict First Amendment, which is that, I mean, that part's good. But the chairman had to deepen it, give them the leadership, and they went with it. I mean, they deepened and became the political lawyers, the political attorneys of today under the leadership of the African Revolution. And I felt like, wow, I thought they did a very amazing job at the trial, and are, you know, it's not over. So I just want to say that. And I know that the state, it brags that on federal cases, it has a 92% conviction rate. Well, the party, messes up that. And they do that because they can do that to African people, because they can, because the people that don't have lawyers, that can't even have a lawyer, they have to have a public defender who has no understanding of or unity with the whole colonial question. So I also want to say that it has been very, very important to have these letters come in. And I know that Dr. Aisha Fields leads that committee, and Comrade Lauren is part of that committee and plays a very important role in it. We're at, from what I see, over 1,300, and we just need a little less than 200 more. We're going to get there.
Yes.
There's over 550 for the chairman, and I think just under 400 for Jesse and myself. But just think of when that's printed and that judge has to like read this stack of papers like that, that's an important tool in this as well. But there's, every front we have to go on, and Hands Off Uhuru has been a powerful vehicle for winning so many people, for just galvanizing and showing that the progressive movement, or the movement of the people, is around where do you stand in relationship to support for the Uhuru 3. So so we have wonderful friends and comrades there that have stood and that came to the trial, that came to August 31st, that have donated, that have just, it's been a fantastic, really a fantastic journey to be on that. And whatever happens, this is a new place in history, and this struggle has been right in the thick of it. The leadership of the party, the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, right there in this period in history that the chairman has talked about throughout the day and throughout this weekend, the victory and fight of the resistance of the Palestinian people. This is part of this world struggle against colonialism, and you feel that, and you certainly felt that entirely through the trial. So we are winning. Hands off Uhuru.
Hands off Africa.
And kick the ass of the ruling class. Uhuru.
I don't know anything about law, but I do know I read about indigenous law, which is part of immigrant law, because once the natives came off the reservation, they could arrest them for sneaking into the country.
Wow.
Well, it is my honor to introduce the main target of the Uhuru 3, our leadership in USM and the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Uhuru comments. I know it doesn't appear that way to you, but after these presentations are made, they really say most of what I needed to say. And I just want to again express my deep appreciation for Comrades Penny and Jesse of the Uhuru 3, and again for all of you. The colonizers make the law. And that's an obvious kind of thing. You wouldn't have people who are colonized making the law. That's just unthinkable. Of course, the country doesn't want to recognize the existence of colonialism. The colonizers make the law, and all the law. It makes the law when it comes to rape and theft. It makes the laws having to do with whether people have the right to free speech and everything else. The colonizer makes the law, but colonialism is illegitimate. Yeah. And I think that's the thing that we really have to understand. Colonialism is illegitimate despite the fact that the colonizers make the law. Also, I think that one of the important things about what we do has resulted in the inability of the state to bring any witnesses against us. No people came to that court to testify against. Not a single person, not a single human being came to testify against us. And this is despite the fact that the state offered $10 million bounty. Yeah. You think about that in terms of an impoverished African population. I mean, they get people to roll over on drug pushers and things like that for a lot less than $10 million. Right. Not a single human being, not one human being came to testify against us. That despite the fact that we know that they went and talked to people who used to be in the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, some people who they know had fights with African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, some people they had put in jail and given them an opportunity to make a deal if they would testify against us. None, nobody. You think about the 50 or so year history of the African People's Socialist Party, they couldn't come up with a single human being who testified against us, not somebody who didn't like us 25 years ago. So that was that's important for us, I think, to understand. And another aspect of that, when we talk about no human beings, because the fact is that the state is not the people. The FBI, they had 12 FBI agents to come and testify. And the 12 FBI agents under cross-examination had to say, they didn't know nothing about the case, right? They didn't know nothing about us. Only thing they came and took pictures. They had no direct connection with anything we did. They didn't they didn't talk to anybody, they didn't talk to us, etc. And this is despite the fact that they had collected something like 13 terabytes, whatever the hell that is, of information. They said that the equivalent of 2.5 million books that they took from us. And out of the 2.5 million books, the only thing they could show was something like 5 at most emails or something like that, and 3 books that I wrote that were on Penny Hess's bookshelves. You understand? So this is what they brought in terms of the case that they made against us. And I think one of the things that really makes what we do important, because we're not fighting them, we're not trying to turn them into revolutionaries, not turning the judge into a revolutionary, the prosecutor into trying to win them. The people, the thing that we were dealing with, and our work has always been around the people. That's why you're here. They talk about our relationship with Russia having some kind of sinister implications when it's a part of the strategy to make sure that our movement is no longer isolated, that there are people around the world who see, look at what they're doing to African people and take some kind of stance around that. That's why after the attack of the Black Revolution of the 1960s, we went out to build the African People's Solidarity Committee. We're not going to be isolated anymore. We had friends who, white leftists, or I don't know if they would have characterized themselves that way. They were good people, and which as opposed to leftists. But these were people who actually, when it looked like the police were going to attack us, they would actually come and sleep in front of our office to make sure that the state would have to come through them to get to us. That was good act that we had from those forces. And I think some of those people probably were involved in the initial process of building the Solidarity Committee. But we did have folk directly under our leadership. I come from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was that bridge in the movement between the anti-racism struggle for civil rights and the anti-colonial struggle for Black power. That was the bridge that SNCC represented. And the thing that drew me to SNCC was Black power, Black power. And people all around the world, Africans, were excited about that. And of course, Malcolm X played a major influence, was immediate ideological father of that. And of course, all of that came in the wake of the movement that had been created by Marcus Garvey. It's a strong, natural desire of people to have control of their lives. And, you think about it, a problem they have with the whole question of colonialism is that by definition, it means that a foreign and alien power has assumed control over your life. That you no longer even have the ability to feed and clothe yourself and house yourself. You don't have that ability. The colonizer takes your land, takes your resources, takes your language, take your traditions, and sometimes they'll turn it against you if they will. Somebody was talking about the struggle of the indigenous people as represented by Leonard Peltier, my dear comrade, my relative, if you will. And this party has always stood with the indigenous people, never done a time. We were at Big Mountain when the FBI was in the 1980s, were planning to come on and attack them, the indigenous people, the Diné or Navajo, if you will, people, because they had discovered some uranium on the so-called on the reservation and what have you. We were there. And the people were prepared to fight. We were there with them, prepared to fight. So we had this ongoing relationship. Nobody had to even call us up and say, hey, will you come and do this? Nobody had to call us up when the Nicaraguan revolution heated up and people began to make struggle. I initiated that relationship. I told people in the Solidarity Movement that we have to go ahead and organize events right here in Northern California. First events, mass meetings in Northern California happen in solidarity with the Nicaraguan revolution. We organized that. And there are others, the struggle of the people of Iran. In 1970, 69, was it 69 when that was 69, wasn't it? 79, when the US government, when the people overthrew that puppet put in power by the United States government. And they took the so-called hostages at the US embassy in Tehran. And they characterized it correctly as a nest of spies. That's what they said. The embassy was a nest of spies. And they took over that embassy. And then they said, all the women can go and the Africans can leave because we know you're oppressed too. And all the women, I think, left except for one dumb African who said he was going to stay because he loved his massa. He loved the white man more than the white man loved himself, right? That was the Iranian Revolution. We were there when that happened at the elite educational institution in the state of Florida, the highest state institution there, the most respected state institution there, the University of Florida. White students were having bonfires at night, and they were talking about sand niggers, go home. Talking about Iranian people. They were talking about anybody who looked like they wore a turban that was dark enough not to be white and not dark enough for them to consider African. Sand niggas go home. Send the Klan to Iran. What the hell does the Klan have to do with Iran? That was the slogans that they were, and that shows you the connection of the colonial question across the globe. And so we called for a mobilization of solidarity with the Iranian people. They were beating people who they thought were Iranians throughout this United States. We call that mobilization. And had Africans, this is what we call, Africans came out and marched with us. And we were attacked by mobs of white people waving the American flag on University Avenue in Gainesville, Florida. And the first one, I wasn't on that march. They attacked that march. They took the red, black, and green flag and tore it up and what have you, and frightened a lot of people. The black preachers got together and told their congregation, don't go out there anymore. And we called for another mobilization the next week, said we're going again. I was in that march. And we marched and we got to University Avenue and turned on University Avenue, and there were mobs, literally mobs of white people waving American flags, chanting America, America, America. And when we turned the corner, because we had a couple of vehicles in the march with us, we turned the corner, and the driver, the sister who saw all of those white people out there, she stopped the car, and I was behind her, and I kicked the bumper of the car. You know, go ahead, and we marched all the way into that mobilization. And when we got in the middle of the white people, they were going, America, America, America. And I marched in front of them and I started going, Africa. I started to chant, Africa, Africa, and pushed them back. They bullied them back and they moved out of the way. And I stood up on a makeshift platform and I said, the same niggers are here. You understand? And I read the statement that had come from the new leadership of the Iranian movement right there in front of them. Then I got off that platform. And when we started to march again, the cops who were there saying that, well, we said, this is as far as we're supposed to go. I said, I used an expletive and told them to leave. Go ahead, leave. And we started marching down the street again. And we started marching toward the African community. We were going African and white people chasing us, following us, I should say, going, America, America. And on trucks, they got the American flag waving and what, and we turned into the African community. When we got to the African community, we stopped. Africans started running out of the clubs, out of the bars and stuff like that, said, you're not in America now. They actually quoted, the newspaper, the Gainesville Sun quoted them and said, you're not in America now. And then they chased these white people out. You saw the American flag waving, fluttering, you know, as they were exiting that African community. The colonial question, that is the thing that we held up all the time, and we held it up in solidarity with colonized people everywhere. We are the ones who organized this relationship with the Palestinians and the Iranians right there. And again, when the Iranians couldn't show their face in this country when they were having demonstrations, they had to put bags over their heads because of Sadak, the hostile agents, political police in Iran. Would terrorize their families and do bad things to them in Iran. They had to wear, we walked with them with paper sacks over our heads as well in solidarity with them. We were there with them all along. As Jay said, you share the same thing, whether in victory or in death. We're there with you because we understand it's one question, one goddamn contradiction that we're dealing with, and most of the white people were unable to unite with that. And that's why you saw them doing these silly things back then. So the thing that we've done, again, we didn't call on anybody. We didn't call on the United States government or anybody to support that. We said support free speech. But we did more than that. We built all these programs that you see here. And before we started building these programs here, this time we already were building programs. We built blood banks for in the African community because in St. Petersburg, Florida, the time where an African woman who was going to have a baby, she had to have a transfusion, blood transfusion. They would keep the baby until she came up with the money to pay for the transfusion. We built blood banks for voluntary African people to come on regular days and donate blood. And we had our own section in the blood bank, and we gave permission for those African women to have those blood banks. We did that kind of work. We were always working against colonialism, and the main work against colonialism is working in the African population, bringing people who never would ordinarily perhaps be involved in the revolution, but they're involved in life. And so we want to intervene in life with the people. We want to help the people engage in the capacity to feed, clothe, and house themselves. We get involved in an election. The elections, everybody participates in an election until they become too more demoralized to do so. But we didn't just go and say join and believe in reparations. We said we run a campaign based on reparations. We had people marching down the street, white people, black people, uniting around the question of reparations. Never came to a Uhuru meeting in our lives. But we brought the people into the struggle, anti-colonial struggle. That's what we've done all along. That's what 500 letters from each of us do. People never know us, but they're like that. But they will write a letter because they know of us. They know what we represent, what we do. They've seen our programs. They've seen our events and things like that. And they also have seen our relationships with you, with the people, and the fact that we've always operated with integrity. Even people who hate our guts cannot claim that we ever acted as snitches, that we ever did anything that was to affect them in some negative kind of way. And the United States government cannot charge us with stealing anything. They treat us under laws that they created, political laws. They created these political laws, but they treat us like criminals. They don't treat us like people who have who've offended them politically. We have the same situation that we're going through now as drug pushers, the same situation that people who are armed dealers and things like that. That's what we're up against now. And they want to use the same kinds of procedures to put us in prison. They will put us in prison. Make no mistake about that. Depending on how things unfold, depending on how deep we have been able to take this struggle, how much many people are continuously willing to do what has to be done to show the face of the people to the state. Let the state recognize that it has to stand before the people. The people will make a judgment on you based on how you take on this case. So I've already said that usually, if somebody is facing federal trial, if they get 4 or 5 letters, that's good. And so our objective is to do 100 times more than that. 500 letters for each one of us, at least 500 letters. We want to have this demonstration. That's why November 2nd is so important. And our movement at different times in terms of the African Revolution is weak at different times because it's always under attack. The community is always under attack. People don't have the money to get here, to get there, don't have the resources to do what we would like for them to do much of the time. But the fact is that it's the people who are fundamental, and our movement has to be able to produce people, get people to show the face of the people to the state. So the state needs to know that we're not just dealing with them. We're dealing with that basketball court on West Forest, and that we're attacking that basketball court. We're attacking that DULA program that's there. We're attacking all of these things that's being done to resurrect African people from this state of colonial misery and humiliation that you've imposed on them. That's what we are doing. And that's the thing that we have to force the state to see, let the people see it. That's why we have to put all the stuff we're talking about. The people need to have access to this information, they need to see who we are, not based on just we said something, but what we've done. That's the critical kind of thing that I wanted to say. So we live in a country where the people are spied on a regular basis, spied on. We thought that there was some democracy associated with having social media, and it's a spy weapon that's used against the people. They invade every aspect of your life. You have no life, or somebody's not listening to you. Somebody's not taking stuff that you say to use it to criminalize you, put you in prison. That's the state we live in. And they want to say somehow that something the Russians had to tell us to be opposed to this. This is absolutely nonsensical. Now, this struggle, this case that they tried to convict us on in terms of working for Russians, it had, of course, an objective in putting us in prison. But another thing, an objective that's critically important that we really have to understand is that this was a means by which the United States government validates or vindicates itself in terms of the relationship with Black people in this country. They are saying that any criticism that we make of the United States government is not legitimate. They didn't say that when they say the Russians told us to put something out about a genocide convention, they won't talk about what genocide is. What is genocide according to international law? What is it? What is it? They can't talk about that. They negate the question. They negate the criticism that we make of the government and say and attack us because we make the criticism. So they attack us because we put forth a genocide petition based on international law. What is the law? How is genocide defined? They won't talk about that. You understand? They say that we committed an offense against the United States government because we ran campaigns for people to own reparations. What is reparations? And then can you have a discussion about that? Why is something wrong with talking about reparations in a campaign? This wasn't the white people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, trying to overthrow something. This was people who went through the process you said is legitimate, the process that I fought for in terms of the right for people to participate in elections. That the Ku Klux Klan and other white people bombing our churches, killed our babies, trying to stop us from voting. Voting Rights Act came into existence, supposed to protect that. The FBI was supposed to protect us against this assault on our right to vote. And now it's the FBI attacking us because of right to vote. Isn't that why they came? They said they were coming to lock us up, and then we get there. They said, no, we ain't got no evidence they did nothing like that. And of course, I traveled to Moscow twice. I was trying to go there again because they have a market in Moscow. I love that market. I got this hat there. I love this hat. And I got some other stuff there. I love this stuff. And I love it partially because at the time this became significant. It was the Soviet, the revolution in Russia was really historically significant in terms of working peoples of the world. This is why I like it. You won't catch me wearing a Marine hat or U.S. Marines or something like that. But I like this. And so I wanted to go again. But I wasn't going to get instructions from the Russians. Anybody, and you should go to this, you will see it was I who was giving instructions to them in terms of the condition of Black people here. Not they didn't give us any direction. We never worked in the direction and control of the Russians or anybody else. We refused to do that. If you look at our stuff, you will see that we said this over and over again throughout our history, going all the way back to the 1960s. That the thing is that we are our own liberators. We are our own liberators. And we wouldn't engage in a relationship with anybody with the assumption that somehow they're going to make us free. Because nobody can make you free. The thing they can do is support your efforts to be free. But if anybody who calls themselves making you free, look at what the United States government did to us. After the so-called legal abolishment of legal slavery, they didn't say, okay, what you going to do? They said, now you're a citizen. I didn't say that. They said, you're a citizen. They've taken me thousands of miles from our homeland that they're occupying there as well. And they say, now you're free, but you're a U.S. citizen. No, give me some damn plane fare. Give me boat fare. Give me the ability for African people to go back where the hell we want. Who in the hell wants to live in this North American hell that you've turned into a hell? Indigenous people did all right. So I just wanted to say that we beat them back on that question. And it's really a critical thing that's been raised by Comrade Jesse and others, and emphasized a lot by Comrade John here, that they did not, the jury said, we don't work for the Russians. The jury wanted that. The jury saw all of you. They didn't see anybody that they thought they could identify with Russians. The jury saw the videos of me speaking in Moscow. They saw the tactics and strategy. They heard our lawyer go through the tactics and strategy for African liberation. And they heard that this is what we stood for all along. And so the U.S. government failed in its ability to convict us for working for Russians, which is a critical question, because if they succeed in that, then any criticism that Black people made of our treatment, they can attribute it to working for Russians, working for foreign entities, etc. So that was important. But the fact that they failed on that instance and then confused and won this conviction on being conspirators, we were conspirators in an effort, and be a conspirator for not in an effort to be registered agents of Russia that we weren't. That's the conviction. And so it's a thought crime, as has been said before, and that's dangerous. This meeting could be characterized as a thought crime. Anything we do can be characterized as thought crime. And that's the situation we live with, and that's the thing that makes it absolutely necessary for us to fight like hell. And so we don't know what the hell they're going to do. We just know what we're going to do. And I've been in fights as a kid, and sometimes I didn't get in fights because not necessarily because I was so tough, but even the tough guy knew if they mess with me, they're gonna have a goddamn fight on their hands. They're gonna get a bloody nose. They're gonna get hurt some way. That I'm not gonna be the only one get hurt in this process. And that's what it is that we're involved in now. If they throw a punch, we throw two. If they hit us today, we'll get them tomorrow. We get them some other place. We get them all the time. We will not rest, allowing you to simply trample on us and our dignity and our rights to be free people. We will not do that. We will not make that kind of surrender. We will not do that. We say, no compromise, no retreat, no surrender. Thank you so much. And no surrender, no compromise. Uhuru.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I don't have any important points. Everything is, I can't think like that, and I appreciate being here.
You're great. You think like Alfred Hitchcock. You have these very concise and subtle understatements that you can say. Yeah.
Let's see, what are we doing now? Right now, I believe John,
John.
John, what's your last name? I can't, pardon? He's gonna talk to us about the trial, because he was there too.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was there.
I'm probably gonna disappoint because I knew I was gonna talk yesterday, so I was prepared. But then I didn't know I was gonna be speaking today. Jesse told me late last night, so, but I just wanted to say this backfired on them. You know, that courtroom was packed. And it wasn't packed just with random people. Everybody there was either a leader of an organization or was sent there by an organization. They represented other people. And their attack won a lot more visibility and a lot more support, right, to this fight. And the judge was, he said the first day, oh, yeah, there's a lot of people here now. We have to have a overflow room, but they'll get bored, right? And they'll leave. And I think they actually tried to make that happen because they spent hours and hours and hours reading the same email, right? They didn't even prove their case, but they kept reading it over and over. So, watching the raid, right? And okay, they had automated battering rams and flashbang grenades and, snipers. And they went in there, they took everything. They took out, truckloads of documents. And the only thing they got out of it was this one email, which they could have got off the internet. They said, right, they got it off the internet. They got it from Google, right? But they paraded FBI agent after FBI agent, right? They went through their whole educational history, all their qualifications. Then they each took a different laptop, read the serial number 3 times out loud, and then they said, oh, look, here's what we found on this laptop. And it was the same email that the other 11 FBI agents all read. So they tried their best to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy that this is going to be so boring, people are going to leave. but people didn't leave. More people kept coming. And, you know, it's, you know, they got like a partial victory in court, but in the streets, we got 100% victory because they had to admit that they lied. They perjured themselves. They had to admit that while under oath, right, in court, and that's a victory. And you know, they're doing everything they're doing, like we were talking earlier about this assassination attempt on Evo Morales. They're doing all this stuff out of desperation. They're losing. Their system is going right. They see countries around the world, anti-imperialist countries around the world, building an alternative. Half the world just met in Russia right now to build a new economy, and then the same thing here. You're trying the hardest they can to stop you from building your own economy, and it's not working. No matter what they do, so they are losing. We're winning, and on a slightly different subject, just in closing, I wanted to say, you know, Caleb has been supporting you guys for a while, and I've been telling him what I see, and intellectually, he got it. He talked about what you're building, right? And this was the first time he saw it for himself. You know, you took us on that tour of the Uhuru house, and then you heard his response. It's like he knew all that already, but it was just like when you see it, right? He shouted like 3 times, "Look what Chairman O'Malley built," right? And that was an honest reaction in that moment, and that's a reaction everybody has when they see this. And we got to get more people here to see what's going on, because it's people. You know, you can read it in a statement and hear somebody say it, but when you see it, and that's why they're afraid of you, and that's all I got.
See, is this time for Lynn to come up, or are we? We're sort of off script here a little bit.
We're a little on.
Yeah. I say Q&A, but I think that was John. Anything else?
So, yeah, we're gonna wrap up. Thank you, Jan. Let's give a few. Yeah, Jan told me that when her kids asked her to move to St. Louis, the first thought she had was, I wonder if I'll meet that amazing man I saw on Democracy Now! And a few days later, she was at the vigil, the Aaron Bushnell vigil that we did, and then she came to the convention, and here she is. So, and she was with us at the trial for the whole trial. So we're going to be wrapping up. Before we go to our closing remarks, I wanted to bring up a very beloved comrade here in St. Louis, Daniel. Just want to introduce Daniel. Daniel was going to be a moderator on a previous panel that we ended up not being able to do. So I just wanted to take a minute to recognize Comrade Daniel. He's such an important part of the Uhuru movement and did an incredible amount of outreach to build for this event that we're in right now. I'm talking about thousands of flyers early in the morning that Daniel was coordinating, getting people out, and himself going out there and putting flyers on people's doors, and also involved in all the meetings for this event and all the preparations, all the while doing surgery. Literally, Daniel is a surgeon.
He's
a
Mexican chick.
Yes, yeah. That's the perfect way to put it, Chairman. Absolutely. And I've just been really, really honored to work with you, Daniel, and just, texting you and to have somebody text me back like, yeah, I'll jump on the meeting right after I get out of this surgery. And they're not under surgery. That's just really, really impressive. And you have an incredible stance. So we just want to bring you up to say a few words.
Well, Uhuru, everybody. Really, I just wanted to, highlight and underline in every color just the importance of really this meeting and all of us being here in building principled solidarity with African liberation and with the liberation of oppressed peoples. I wanted to bring up a personal anecdote of why that matters so much to me. I didn't grow up in this country. I grew up in Mexico, and you have. So, and you have to be very conscious and very purposeful in building these types of movements. I think something that I found out quite quickly was how American institutions will essentially try to buy off your solidarity as soon as they notice you. With this idea of meritocracy, which essentially means you're more worth than the person next to you, which is completely just out of the realm of reality. I'm not in this country to be a deputy colonizer. I'm here for solidarity with everybody here. And I just really wanted to bring that up because it's I don't think I could have and I think I speak for everybody here that we could not feel like we're really on the path of justice without reparations. That is absolutely essential. I don't really have much else to say, but I wanted to thank all of you for, making this possible. It's, there's not a single person that we can credit. Of course, chairman and the rest of our leadership deserve special mention, but this is just such a important concerted effort. So really, uhuru, everybody.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that,
You want to come on up, Chairman? Maybe around this way. It might be a little easier.
that,
Okay.
Let me look at the right, Chairman. I know it's a little bit of
I almost bought a monitor, I think. I think it's important to mention, from comment Daniel's presentation, that one of the unindicted co-conspirators was a white man, lives in Russia, but from California, which is occupied Mexico, as you know. California, Texas, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. This is land that was taken from Mexico in recent memory. It is a part of the basis of poverty that you see in Mexico, economic conditions in Mexico, and the economic conditions of the Mexicans who on this side of the border. But I love what they say because they call them illegal immigrants and what have you. But they make the point that we didn't cross the border crossed us, right? Which is real. But one of the persons who was an unindicted co-conspirator, somebody who lives in Russia, says it's from California, actually admits to having taken money from the Russians, right, government, never got indicted, never had to face the trial that we're facing right now. There were a whole bunch of people who went to this conferences in Moscow. We weren't the only ones who went to this conference in Moscow, but we were the only ones indicted. I was the only one who went there who was indicted from this process. So it becomes clearer, what it is that we are looking at in terms of this assault that's being made on us. But it's not enough. We're going to be free, and Mexico is going to be liberated too. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind about that. They create all kinds of contradictions and destabilization and what have you in Mexico to continue to try and control that territory. But the people will be free. People need freedom. People can't live without it. People can't breathe without it. So people fight to breathe and fight to live, and means that what our oppressors have done is build their dynasty on a fault line of colonial oppression, and it is a fault line. And that's why you can't go anytime without seeing rebellions happening all around the world. I mean, so fighting against Vietnam, Guatemala, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. Every time you look up, these struggles are going on because the people will refuse to accept the destruction of their humanity. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Comrade Daniel. Let's give it to you. I mean, long thanks for the information.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not gonna mess up the mic.
All right, Uhuru, thank you, Chairman. So actually, we're going to closing remarks if there's any. Okay. All right. I think we got our closing remarks. So before I turn it back over to our MCs to give our announcements and we can end this historic, incredible, and very victorious, powerful conference that we had, I just wanted to ask Comrade Amanda, do we have an update on the?
Received $10 from Daniel's parents.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, great.
And then 25 from Susan out in Boston.
Oh, good. Uhuru Susan.
47,638.
47,638. Uhuru. All right. So I just want to thank everybody who spoke today. Thank you to the chairman, deputy chair, chairwoman Penny, and all of the members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement who were part of making this weekend happen. It was an honor to work with every single one of you. It was an incredible weekend, and we have our work cut out for us now. So move forward with building reparations now, unity through. Now I'll turn it back over. Let's give it up for our great MCs.
Uhuru, yeah, we want to salute this amazing program and just go over some announcements. First, write your letters. The deadline is the 30th. You have 3 days. We need 145 more letters to hit 15,000 letters. 1,500, sorry. 1,500, a lot of letters. A lot of people have written letters. And the Black is Back March is November 2nd and 3rd. Next weekend in DC and in LA, go to blackpeoplesmarch.com.
Thank you. Also, November 6th, which is Wednesday coming up, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is holding a mass meeting, I believe here, 6:30 Central Time. And you can register for that at tinyurl.com/Uhuru meeting. On November 8th, there'll be a pie tasting at the Solidarity Center here at 6:30 p.m. And on November 9th from 10 to 2, we'll be doing drops. And we'll meet at the Uhuru House. Okay.
Yep.
Uhuru.
Unity through.
Reparations.
Wow, we are winning.
Yeah. Great job. Should we go, Lauren?
Yeah.